Inflation, your savings' biggest enemy, and here's how to beat it. Meet Sharma ji. He loves his morning walks and never forgets to drink his favorite masala chai at the street corner. He's been drinking chai at the same chaiwala since 1980. No wonder he proudly regales stories of how the tea was sold at just ₹2 when he first started drinking tea at the shop. Of course, how over the years the price of chai has risen and the cup has shrunk, thanks to inflation. So, what is inflation? Inflation, in simple words, refers to the rise in the price of products and services over time. It affects every aspect of life: food, clothing, education, homes, travel, healthcare, gadgets, etc. For instance, if your monthly expense for groceries, maintenance bills and leisure is about ₹30,000 in 2020, it won't be enough to meet the expenses 5 years from now. So, if we assume a 7% rate of inflation, you will need about ₹42,000 in 2025, ₹59,000 in 2030 and ₹1,16,000 in 2040. But before you brush this aside with the simple logic that prices tend to rise over time, consider this. Is your income increasing at the same rate, if not faster? Yes? No? Sometimes? If your answer is a no or sometimes, then unlike Sharma ji, you won't be able to indulge in your favorites the same way. You will soon be faced with serious questions. What will I have to give up to prevent going into debt? How will rising costs change my lifestyle? And if these issues occur while you still have a job, can you even imagine the struggle after you retire, especially if you rely solely on what you save? Inflation can be your savings' biggest enemy, but it doesn't need to. Be like Sharma ji, who managed inflation by choosing investment solutions that potentially offered higher returns. He wasn't a financial wizard. He didn't do any investment mumbo-jumbo. All it took was a little planning and some discipline. He invested a small amount every month throughout his career in investment options that returned more than the rate of inflation. Some SIPs in mutual fund schemes, asset allocation moves, and voila! You, like Sharma ji, can enjoy your chai throughout your life. You may consult your investment advisor to make sure your investments grow faster than the rate of inflation. An investor education and awareness initiative of Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
For over 140 years, we have partnered India's growth story. A journey with humble beginnings, marked by a meeting of few traders, is today symbolized by a tower that stands for India's glowing financial markets. BSE. Experience the new.
Hello and welcome to the finals of BLoC Boardroom Challenge 2022. I'm Srimati Sridharan. BLoC Boardroom Challenge, a unique competition for B scholars, has 3 levels: a preliminary round, semi-finals across 8 cities, and a grand finale. The online test in the prelims assess students' decision-making skills and ability to work in teams. Now, in the finals, the students will get a chance to meet and compete with the best minds from top B schools across the country and present-day strategies. And the teams that make it to the finals will showcase these skills by solving a live corporate case. Now, without further ado, let's jump right into the finals. I request Mr. Vinay Kamath, Senior Associate Editor at the Hindu Businessline and Editor of BLoC, to take over.
Welcome all to the finals of the BLoC Boardroom Challenge 2022. The unique case challenge for B schoolers is in its 6th year. In the first year of the challenge in 2017, Liba Chennai were the winners, followed by ISB Hyderabad in 2018 and IIM Ranchi in 2019. SIBM Pune won the contest in 2020, while IIM Shillong won in 2021. Till the 2019 edition, the semi-final rounds of the contest was held in 8 cities and B schools which hosted the event. The preliminary round in all the previous years has always been online, where students are administered a psychometric test to assess their decision-making skills and ability to work in teams. The grand finale, where B schools which won city-specific semi-finals competed for the grand prize, has been held in Chennai. However, from the year 2020, keeping in mind the safety of the students and others involved in this contest during the pandemic, it has been conducted entirely online, including the semi-final rounds and the finals as well. This year too, we are conducting the event online. The semi-finals case tested the participating teams on the knowledge of finance, marketing, strategy, and decision-making skills and ability to work in teams, while the case for the finals will test the teams on the knowledge of the financial sector, especially mutual funds. We had over 1,000 teams participate in the preliminary round, with B schoolers from all over the country taking the test. In the semi-finals, city-specific B schools had to take on the role of a strategy consulting team and advise a company manufacturing environmentally friendly products on its growth strategy. After a tough semi-final round, 8 teams have made it to the finals. IIM Bangalore, SPJIMR Mumbai, XLRI Jamshedpur, SIBM Pune, Jamnalal Bajaj, Mumbai, IIM Sambalpur, IIM Trichy, and IIM Amritsar. As one of the city teams' performance was not up to the mark, the jury singled out SPJIMR as the jury's choice team to take part in the semi-finals. SPJIMR had finished second in Mumbai. It will again be a unique event with technology overcoming the challenge the pandemic has brought about. May the best team win the finals of the 2022 BLoC Boardroom Challenge.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Ms. Akshaya Chandrasekharan from the Businessline team to do the jury introduction.
KS Rao is the Senior Vice President and Head, Investor Education and Distribution Development, Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC Limited. Led by his passion for financial literacy, Mr. Rao conceptualized and introduced many of the now successful programs such as Nivesh Mahakumbh, a mass investor education initiative, Fauji Nivesh, a customized workshop for defense personnel, Nivesh Pathshala, amongst others. He was also instrumental in introducing digital initiatives such as Investors Hangout, Friday Finance, Mutually Yours Podcast, Smart Selfie, and Mutual Fund Assist, as well as developing unique modules such as My First Paycheck, My First Finance Lesson, amongst others. Under his leadership, Samriddhi, the AMC's in-house magazine for train passengers, was launched and has since reached out to more than 50 lakh readers. He is an alumnus of IIM Calcutta and holds an MBA in finance. He is a certified chartered wealth manager from American Academy of Financial Management and holds postgraduate diplomas in portfolio management and international business. He is also a certified coach from NLI. Vishwadeep Koila is the founder director at Brand Vectors and comes with more than 2 decades of experience in the areas of advertising and communication and FMCG marketing. He is an engineer and a PGDM from Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. Before starting Brand Vectors, he has worked with BBDO, Lintas and Mudra Communications in client servicing and account planning and has handled a host of clients like Ponds, Fun School, Shaw Wallace, Henkel, Ashok Leyland, besides a host of retail clients. After his stint in advertising, he had a long association with Reynolds for over 12 years, where he played a pivotal role in shaping the brand to become a household name in the writing instruments and stationery category. As his last assignment before starting Brand Vectors, he was the CEO of Oriental Cuisines Private Limited, a private equity-funded restaurants and bakery and cafe company on expansion mode. He brings to table immense experience in all areas of marketing with a sense of business objectives owing to his stints as CEO and president in various organizations. Lokeshwari currently heads the Businessline's data vertical. She is also an op-ed columnist commenting on financial markets, equity, fixed income and forex, macroeconomy, policies and regulations. She has been tracking equity markets, analyzing stock movements for over 3 decades. She headed the BL Research Bureau between 2013 and 2020, where she was responsible for the weekly investment supplement portfolio that gives investment advice and wealth management ideas to readers. A chartered certified accountant, she began her career with KPMG Mauritius.
Thank you, Akshaya. Let me introduce the case study that the teams will be tackling on screen. How to tap the growing power of women in formal investments. The teams will be marked for 50 points by the jury member. The team with the highest total wins. Here goes the breakup. Understanding of case, 10 points. Case analysis, 15 points. Solution, 10 points. Presentation, 10 points. And teamwork, 5 points. I now invite Team 1 to present the case solution.
Now let's have an overview of the Indian mutual fund industry. So the mutual fund industry has been growing at a rapid pace as far as the Indian market is concerned. In the year 2021-22, there was a 29% year-on-year growth. Currently, the mutual fund industry is worth around 40.37 trillion rupees. And in terms of investment, a large part of the investment actually comes from the top 3 cities in the country in terms of population. As you can see from the table here, almost 31% of the total investments comes from Mumbai, followed by Delhi and Bengaluru. This means that a large part of the investments are concentrated in urban area, and there is relatively low rural penetration as far as mutual funds are concerned. And in terms of investor profiles, we could see that institutional investors are actually having only 1.1% of the total portfolio, but they are contributing over 44% of the assets under management. This means that the institutional investors are actually a huge player despite only a few players being active in the mutual fund market. And a large number of retail investors are also active in the industry, and they are contributing around 56.5% of the total market. And there are multiple varieties of mutual fund schemes available in the market. And this means that the products can be tailored according to the needs of the user. This, in the long run, will help in the penetration of the Indian market and make sure that the product can be tailored according to the needs of the user. So let's have a look at the Indian demographics now. As you know, India has one of the youngest populations in the world. So if you look at the percentage of men and women in the country, it's rather equally split. It's around 51.2% compared to 48.8% for women. But women have a higher life expectancy than men. So the overall life expectancy has been steadily growing to around 70.8 years. This means that a lot of investments can be attracted by using retirement schemes as well as pension funds. And in terms of average earnings, as we know, India is a rapidly rising middle income market. So the net income of both men and women has actually been rising for the last decade or so. It fell briefly during the COVID pandemic, but still it has recovered significantly now. So as you can see, men earn a lot more than women, but it is also true that women save a lot more than men. So there's a significant potential for women to invest in mutual funds. And when you analyze the female population of the country, a large part of the female population is concentrated in the so-called working areas, which means around 25 to 40 years old when people are very active professionally. So by attracting this segment of the population, we could actually tap into the potential women market in mutual funds. So around 20.3% of the entire women population is active in the workforce. And in terms of financial decision making, it's no longer a male dominant male dominant scenario right now. Women have progressively started taking part in financial decisions, both as an independent person, but also as a family. So as you can see from the graphs here, around 67% of the financial decisions are taken jointly by husband and wives. And also a woman independently takes financial decisions. This happens around 18% of the times. So this means that by attracting women and making sure that they're aware of the benefits of mutual fund, you could not only tap into the earnings of women, but also you could actually tap into the earnings of the women. This means that a large part of the men's savings can also be tapped into it. So we could look at this as a family savings scheme. And also in terms of financial information, we could see that women are relying more and more on internet, as well as reliable sources such as digital investing portals, as well as financial advisors for financial advice. So in terms of mutual fund growth, so the industry has been growing at 14% for the last 10 years or so, but there was a significant jump during the COVID-19 pandemic. So we could attribute this to the next generation coming to the workforce, and also people were able to save a lot more during the pandemic because they were able to cut down significantly on various costs because of telecommuting. So we could see that the number of portfolios has been steadily rising over the years, and it reached a peak during the COVID-19 pandemic. And also in terms of assets under management, if you could see, it has been projected for the next decade, and there's a significant rise in it. This means that the mutual fund market has a significant growth potential. And let's have a look at the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the mutual fund growth. So we have actually focused only on individual investors because that's where most of the women come from. So you could see that the number of portfolios had a significant jump during COVID. That's around 33% compared to the previous benchmark of 15% over the last decade. And also there was a significant rise in the assets in management. This happened over a span of just 1 year. You could see from the pre-pandemic growth rate, it was 16% before the pandemic, and it's further to 27%. So, however, these growth rates might not be sustainable, but there was a significant jump during COVID-19 pandemic, as mentioned earlier. We could attribute this to the next generation of next generation of investors coming in who have a lot more risk appetite than the previous generation, and also people are able to save a lot more because of the pandemic. So let's have a look at why women invest. So it's very different compared to rural and urban areas. In rural areas, a large part of women's need for investments comes from children's education, marriage, and also for wealth creation. But in urban areas, because of the significantly higher cost of living, a large part of it goes towards child education as well as family security. So these are the primary reasons why women invest. And in terms of how women invest, in rural areas, safety takes the highest priority because people are not aware of the benefits of mutual fund. So they are a bit skeptical. So safety is their first priority. So 37% of the women prefer safety as compared to just 29% looking at returns. So we could say that they have pretty low risk appetite compared to urban people. And in terms of urban population, 55% of the people prefer capital safety over other things. So let's have a look at where women invest. So in rural areas, these people usually prefer traditional financial instruments. So it's no surprise that they are preferring bank deposits over other things. But after that, after bank deposits, it's LIC as well as post office. So these people usually prefer reliable financial instruments that will guarantee them repayments. So, but the scenario is a bit different in the urban sector. Gold plays a significant role in investments. This can be because gold has a significantly higher resale value and it's not very much prone to depreciation, as well as there's fixed deposit, which means that people in urban areas also have some appetite for safety. So what do women get from investing? So you could see that mutual funds return on investment over the last 5 years has been significantly higher compared to everything else. Mutual funds offer 58% return, but however, the risk when compared to share market is relatively low. Share market is a roller coaster ride. So share market offers significantly higher returns, but the risk is also pretty much higher. Next. So it's now over to Balaji to take you through market profile.
So hello, I'm Balaji, and now let's continue with where actually. In case of rural markets, if we see that the left side graph shows the awareness level of people. I mean, people are aware that mutual funds exist, but they are not exactly aware of what is mutual fund. They just know mutual funds exist. And also in terms of other profiles, we can see that over 65% of transactions are cash based in rural India. And also we have limited access to information and technology penetration is relatively low. But the positive side is that we have a wide reach to rural India through branches of PSU banks and post offices. And also we have this potential of 74.8 lakh self-help groups throughout India. This is where we'll be anchoring our whole idea on. And in terms of market profile in urban, people are also aware that there are mutual funds. And when you compare to rural areas, people are relatively more aware of what is mutual fund. And this is because people have around, digital financial, information access to information and digital financial services. And these parts are also covered by a huge number of PSU banks. And the important part comes in educating women about mutual funds. People know there are mutual funds, but they do not know the potential benefits of mutual funds. As we have seen, mutual funds yield a higher growth when compared to traditional investments like golds or fixed deposits or the other PPF schemes. So what I have done is we have just split the strategy into two, a different strategy for rural area and different for urban area. So let us concentrate on rural area first. The very significant part would be to educate and create awareness among the self-help groups. This 74.8 lakhs is a huge number. I mean, each group consists of 10 to 20 people, which is around 14 crore Indian women. So we can organize awareness campaigns around self-help groups. Apart from this, we can also lever the social service organizations like NSS, and we have various youth organizations like the Red Cross and all other organizations. By doing this, we are educating not just the women, but we are also educating the youth of the nation. And then also we have Manrega offices, e-Seva centers, which is almost in every village or every part of rural India. So we can use that as a means of educating women about mutual funds. And the last one is the traditional marketing, which the mutual fund and the current process using celebrities to advertise about mutual funds, the mutual fund sahi hai. And in terms of urban markets, people are tech savvy usually, so we can use social media. A survey just tells that people spend 2.4 hours daily on social media. So you can use social media marketing to create awareness about funds, and we can also use influencer marketing, and the same social service organizations can be levered. So with this, we'll just see what are the success factors in case we get a product to get mutual funds to people, especially women. What are the factors which are necessary? The very first thing in rural India is ease of access. Not just rural India, but also urban India. It is ease of access, both information access and location access. And then I should have a very hassle-free method of depositing. And in case if I go for digital applications, the user interface should be very intuitive. The third important thing is that people do not earn in lump sums. People earn small amounts, and they need to channel their small amounts into mutual funds. So that is something which is a key success factor. And the very final thing is liquidation. The current liquidation time for mutual funds is around 2 to 3 days. But we do not need that. In case of emergencies, people can pledge their gold somewhere and get money, or people can close their fixed deposits and get money soon. But it is not the case in mutual funds. So if we address these things, then we will be able to capture a huge part of the market. And so, but are these enough? No. What else? We need trust. Especially in rural India, people don't believe an outsider. So our model aims on creating a pull through insiders. And this is what we suggest. Mutual Fund Sahi Hai is a platform where we partner with post offices, PSU banks, and Manregas as our service centers. We train the officers there to use our platform. And also we have those self-help group heads we just train them to use our platform. The platform is nothing but it is it can be called as a marketplace for mutual funds, something like a consolidator, where, say, for example, if a self-help group registers itself, each self-help group would have a separate group, and each member can essentially deposit some amount. If I earn 10 rupees today, I can deposit there in my platform. And when it reaches the minimum benchmark, I think it's 500 for now. So when it reaches the minimum benchmark, we'll automatically purchase units of mutual funds. So by doing this, we'll be able to channel the minimum whatever earnings I have. Whatever earnings I have left with me. So, and these can be not just self-help groups. People can also form self-managed groups. Say, for example, in urban areas, there is a group of women. They can form groups on their own. They can select what mutual funds to invest in, and they can follow this process by crowdsourcing. And not just other people, we can also form groups with our own family members to just meet the minimum investment value. By doing this, we'll be able to channel the microfinancing into mutual funds. And through this platform, we'll go to capital market. And from capital market, when I want to get my value back, I can just go to a nearby post office or a nearby PSU bank or regional centers. But the most preferred is the post office and PSU bank because they have cash in hand, liquidity in hand. So I'll usually be able, in an ideal case, I should be able to pledge my mutual fund with the bank and post office, and I'll be able to get a cash in my hand within 20 minutes. And in doing this, so we can offer the post office or a bank very minimal service charge. And so this is what we suggest, and my Achyutan will take over.
So trying to address the questions that has been posed in the case. So the first thing would be to how big the potential can be. I think we can reach around 50% of the retail investor base within the next decade, which is a significant number. And also the product and marketing strategies. We believe that the mutual fund Sahi Hai platform and the AMC strategy would be the ideal thing here, because it's a win-win situation both for the investors as well as for the mutual funds. And also, how would women be educated on this? We have split our strategy into urban and rural areas. The self-help groups as well as other government e-Seva portals will also play a significant role in this. And in terms of whether mutual fund can tap into traditional investments, we believe it can do so. But however, it cannot completely replace traditional investments. Gold and FDs will always have its suitors. So we believe that mutual funds can coexist with traditional instruments and thrive in such an environment. So how would the industry differentiate between urban and rural areas? That's what we try to address in our platform strategy. So the entire strategy would be the same. However, the resource allocated for each and every step in terms of awareness creation, as well as for how we reach out to people and the technology penetration, these subtle nuances would be changed according to the market. So this is how we plan to address both the urban and rural areas. So we are open to questions now.
It's a great presentation, Achit and Balaji. And I mean, it's indeed I like the way you put everything mutual fund overview to mutual fund SAE platform. That everything has been covered so well, and lot of hard work. Appreciate the data you crunched and you make it everything good. I appreciate, and the flow is fantastic. A couple of questions I have. One, there is one error. I'll find out first. When you are presenting the returns for the last 5 years, it is a 50. This is a 5-year return. Is you need to look at anything in the mutual funds as a CAGR, not it's a quantum. That's in one slide where you put mutual fund 58%. That is not. And the question to you is product and marketing strategy. Mutual fund is or a vehicle. You have multiple products. If I look at for the women oriented, and you have given urban rural divide, if there is a product to be designed for the, I'll take a case for rural. I mean, what do you feel? I know you put the safety bucket and other stuff. What is that product strategy we need to look at? If you want to revisit your presentation.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll take over this question. What we felt is that, I mean, when we started the case itself, when we went through mutual funds, we had seen this retirement funds, children education funds, these kind of funds. So what we thought is funds are there, but people are not utilizing it. So the primary idea was that we don't want to provide mutual funds as a product. We just want to create a platform or create an intermediary which will enable masses to come into this industry. So that is what we were primarily based upon. But in this case, if the people, if we have sufficient investor base willing to opt for a fund, then we can design funds based on the risk appetite, based on the returns they expect. And this will be dependent on the markets, urban and rural. And maybe the platform will have an option to put out a service to get on information and process data. And we can specifically design funds for this based on our costs and our returns. So we can do that.
Thanks, Balaji. A follow-up question on the same. I mean, this I'll shift to marketing strategy. If it is to make women as a customer or investor, do you feel like you mentioned at one pocket that the trust is the element, but suddenly you jump to the platform and platforms may not give the trust. But what is that we need to do differently to make women as a mutual fund main constituents? They can become part and parcel of the mutual fund as part of their their other investments. Achit, you are now silent.
So I'll take this question. So the primary thing about trust is that women usually prefer traditional instruments like FDs and gold. So there's a significant sound reasoning behind this, because you can always monetize it easily. But mutual funds, especially in rural areas, is a relatively unknown commodity. So in terms of building trust, that's why we wanted to actually leverage the platform. By reaching out to post offices and other government-owned institutions, we can build that trust, because we could see that there was a significant portion of investments directed towards government-owned entities. So by using these entities to leverage and create awareness about the popularity of mutual funds and its benefits, I think we could build this trust. It's a process, but with sound marketing strategies, I think we could reach that over the next decade.
Thanks, Achit and Balaji, and over to Vishy sir. Maybe location, madam, and the last being it's the woman centric investment now.
So I think Rao Sahab has already covered some of the questions, which I've also felt could have been covered. So I have predominantly more of a comment on this. So there were specific questions as to what we were expecting out of it. So in my view, you've done a good analysis of the market, but the analysis of the market was a little too long, because of which I think you couldn't spend enough on the actual product, the strategy, the awareness strategy. You have said that we should create separate awareness for women, we should do this. The only one thing which came across was self-help group. Okay, use self-help group. But there's so much that can be done differently for women, because if you analyze their behaviors, which are the kind of a thing we say they have, very few of them are bank savvy, but there are 40 crore, we gave the numbers, there are 40 crore Jandan accounts. How could have one used the Jandan accounts? Because that's a very powerful tool, and in those Jandan accounts, more than 55% is women account. So all these things. So I would have ideally spend less on the analysis. I mean, giving the facts and figures about mutual fund, because the industry already knows it. Mutual fund industry already knows those facts and figures. I would have spent more time on actually maybe devising a couple of unique products. Doesn't matter whether it is statutorily, it could be right. Sometimes something may not work statutorily, but that's how new products come up. You have to keep thinking of new products and ideas. Few new product ideas, few of the awareness building ideas, few of the rural versus urban divide. How you said we will look at it differently for rural and urban. Correct. You have to look at it differently for rural and urban. How? What some examples of it? That would have been important for me. I was missing that from the presentation. Yeah. Over to you, Lakesh.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the way you went about talking about how it has been marketed in the rural areas, the awareness building, the Manrega offices, and the SHG groups and all that. That was interesting. I also like the way the insights you provide on where women invest in FDs and all those stuff. Where did you get the source from? What's the source? PF and all that. There was one slide which showed the breakup.
Yeah. So we had done some secondary research based on research papers published. We had taken that source, and that is for the rural. For urban, there has been a survey conducted by Axis Bank, and we got data from it.
Because I have not come across that breakup. That was interesting. But the main thing was that you said that they want capital safety, right? You said both in rural, it was 55%, I think, and urban was also very high. So keeping that in mind, we had to devise a product strategy. Okay. So that you did not really go into it. Like mutual funds, there are various types of mutual funds, right? Debt, equity, hybrid, and there are some mutual funds that provide more capital safety than others. Okay. So when you devise a product strategy and a marketing strategy, that should have been kept in mind. That's what Rao sir was also getting at. Okay. So when what they're looking for, so you should have gone towards that, told them that there's lower strategy and given them the return. This is like as good as a risk-free product as a bank deposit, but gives you higher return, that kind of pitches. So the marketing should have been, tailored in that way, that was what was missing. Also to say that the first question asks how big can be the shift? How did you come to 50% of the retail investors will shift to this? The answer to the first question. Someone will answer. I can't hear anything. I think you're muted.
You're muted, sir.
Just a minute. Can I share my screen?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So, this graphs gives us the based on two key assumptions. The first thing is that what if the current rate, we do not intervene anything. So it will be the pie will grow, and also the number of women will grow along with the pie. But that will be very minimalistic. With our marketing efforts, we actually thought of putting in new mutual funds itself based on capital safety and based on risk appetite. But then we thought, okay, there are already 1,500 mutual funds in the market, and the question is, what as we felt through our analysis is the question was, why aren't people investing? The why of the equation. What of the equation is solved by the problem, the solution. Why aren't people investing? So that is what we primarily thought. So we just planned that we'll not go with mutual funds as a product. Yes, we'll be creating awareness and we'll basically give people freedom to choose the mutual funds which they need as per their risk appetite. I mean, risk appetite and other factors change with the growing income levels and growing lifestyle. So we thought that will be something which like people choose, but we'll give them the sufficient information, the literacy. So that is what we planned actually for that. And coming back to this question, when we have such sufficient market interventions, we can expect the market to grow at a rate of 25% compared to the 14%. And I mean, especially the women investors, the whole pie is expanding, but women investors are expanding at a more rate than the normal situation. So that is how we arrived at around 50% of the total folios will be handled by women in 2032.
Did you look at the number of mutual fund folios that are there now? What is the penetration? How many are held by women and so on?
Yeah. So, I mean, regarding the AUM under the portfolios now, we have around 56% of the total AUM managed by individual investors. But the problem is that around 50% of it comes from just 3 cities in the whole India, Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, and the rest 50 comes from the rest of India. So that is how there is a divide in the current access to mutual funds. Maybe this can be attributed to information asymmetry or distribution channels. So that is why in the first place we thought we'll not go with mutual funds, and we'll go with our giving information and creating a distribution channel between the rural India, urban India, and the capital markets. And based on this 56, the initial value was this 98.9% of the total portfolios in India. That is what the current individual investors have. And we have done our projections based on that.
COVID slide.
Okay. So you did not really look at the women-centric portfolios as such. It was overall portfolios, men and women together. You're projecting, extrapolating based on the total portfolios, right?
I'd like to explain this point. So one of the reasons why we looked at the entire portfolio was because as with time, women are progressively getting more and more involved in the financial decision making of the family. So we thought that by looking at only women, it would be a bit myopic. But if we look at the entire portfolio and just create awareness among women about the benefits of mutual fund, they could also help in attracting investments from men towards mutual funds. So it's kind of a magnifying effect. So women can be used as a funnel to attract more investments. So we looked at the overall portfolio and how we can leverage and create awareness among women to increase the overall investments in the industry.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. It was a good effort and interesting presentation. Thank you.
You know, another aspect, Achyut and Balaji, as a father of 2 adult girls, you should not have ignored the role of parents in this. And so I have kind of invested in mutual funds for my daughters and trying to educate them on how good a long-term investment this is. I mean, they're not really financially aware. I mean, they don't really care to be, but this is one input that I'm trying to, inculcate in them to keep investing at an early age. So once they see the power of perhaps the compounding effect of mutual funds, then they may be attracted to put in their savings once they start earning. So, that can also be a powerful tool. You can target parents to invest for the girl child. Just suggestion.
Absolutely, that's a very valid point. Yeah.
Right. So good. Thank you, Achyutan and Balaji. Thanks for your presentation, and all the best in your careers.
Thank you, team. We now have a special AV from Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund.
Life is like cricket. When you get thrown a googly, how you bat is the difference between hitting a 6 and getting out. A simple example of a googly in life is your laptop crashing while you're working on an important business presentation. If you're smart and prepared, you should have your files backed up on the cloud and should recover from this loss quickly. If you are not prepared, you will have lost years of work. A complicated googly is the 2020 pandemic that shut the world down and disrupted businesses and economies globally. If you already had an online business module or quickly added one, you continued to work like normal. If you didn't, you probably struggled. As organizations, as employees, we try to plan for unexpected situations that could disrupt work. But as an individual, are you prepared to handle googlies like a medical emergency, a natural disaster, a recession, or another pandemic without draining your savings and generating a mountain of debt? If your answer is no, then it is time to set up a contingency fund that can handle life's googlies. What is a contingency fund? Like the name suggests, it is a fund that may help you survive in an emergency. A contingency fund may give you breathing room if your salary isn't paid or if you lose your job. You may not be stumped on how to pay your child's school fees, utility bill, and EMI, or worse, if you can put food on the table. How does a contingency fund help in these situations? Well, a good contingency fund is seeded with 6 to 9 months' salary. Do not panic. Yes, that's a lot of money, but you don't need to have it today. You will accumulate it slowly over time. All you have to do is stay committed and only use the fund for true emergencies. This means no spending it to upgrade your phone when it still works or using it to fund that spontaneous friend's trip. How to create a contingency fund? Think of a contingency fund as a systematic investment for unexpected situations. Step 1. Set up a contingency fund account. It can be a savings account, a liquid fund account, or any other type. Just make sure it is relatively safe, easy to access, and separate from your regular savings account. After all, you don't want to spend it accidentally. Step 2. Set achievable targets. When you are playing a match, you don't reach 400 runs on the first ball or even the first over. You keep your team motivated by setting smaller targets that will help you achieve the desired outcome. Similarly, set yourself smaller targets. Once you reach it, raise the bar higher until you have collected at least 6 months' salary. Step 3. Make your contingency fund a part of your financial plan. Analyze your existing income and expenses and find areas which can be tightened to give you a winning outcome. This should ensure you aren't struggling or forgetting to meet your targets every month. Step 4. Set up an automatic systematic contingency fund process. Start an auto debit to transfer your budgeted amount into your contingency fund account. Remember to increase the amount as your salary and expenses grow. Step 5. Replenish your systematic contingency fund. Every time you dip into your contingency fund, make sure you replenish it. This will ensure you are financially prepared to take on the next emergency, if any. Follow these steps with an aim to build a fund that could sustain your quality of life during an emergency. Start today and aim to be prepared to manage any googly that life may bring. An investor education and awareness initiative of Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
I now invite Team 2 to present their case solution.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for providing us such an opportunity to present us and present such an esteemed panel, our case solution on how to tap the growing part of women in formal investments. Just giving a brief context, our major focus would be around educating and empowering women investors. Mutual funds are a journey and not a one-time process. So we need to have distinct set of strategies to cater both the urban and rural segments for the women investor. Additionally, when we talk about the rural segment, then there's a kind of intangibility involved with respect to the kind of investments they do. So the very first question that arises over here is, why only focus on women? The key 3 reasons are, women save 60% as compared to men who save 52%. Secondly, the post-pandemic era saw a 26% CAGR as 1 in every 5 women tended to invest. Thirdly, with an 11% uptick in the decision-making process, women have been quite successful in taking the financial decisions ahead. Further, The overall growth from 2017 to 2022 in women investor base and their AUM is 26% and 43% respectively. Assuming that this growth won't sustain over a decade, it will decline if necessary steps are not made, making the CAGR and AUM to be 24% and 38% respectively. From the first line graph, the increase in women investor base is 9.5 times over the decade, reaching 47.3 million, and the AUM is increasing by almost 30 times, reaching a high of 112 trillion, including the overall investment. As the trend is moving from savings to investment, women will shift from gold and FDs towards mutual funds. Of the total investor base, 69% will be towards mutual fund in comparison to the current scenario of 56%, making the overall investment 77 trillion. If these steps are not made, growth rate would be decreasing from 19% to 1% as seen in the graph. Assuming the women from rural and semi-rural region would be investing 20% of their disposable income, the total investments would be around 0.1 trillion, whereas the current investment gap lies at 49 billion, making a huge gap of 53%. Furthermore, we conducted some primary research with more than 100 women participants and 25 industry experts to gain and retrieve some valuable insights to understand the investor aspect from a woman's perspective. As we interviewed women, we realized that women do not have the same investing habits as men. Although they have the same rational need to save money, they do possess some inherent emotional needs as well. A woman may be the sole breadwinner of the family or saving money for her child's education, categorizing her as the nurturer investor. Another lady would be saving some money for her own set of goals and ambition, making her the ambitious one. Few women who endured abuse at home tend to seek investment as a means to set themselves free, categorizing them as the independent seeker. A few women tend to save for their own set of aspirations to achieve something and buy something or as in need for shopping, so categorizing them as aspirational. All in all, each of these women desired value that is a want for women's empowerment. Deep diving into our primary research, we found out that the financial aspects like fixed deposits and real estate with gold were the most preferable options that women considered for investments. Gauging the sentiments of the industry experts around various instruments, the key discussed topics were risk, high returns, poor knowledge, and the lack of clarity of investment. On the similar lines, as we understood from our primary research, lack of awareness and riskiness of the investment were deemed to be the barriers towards the first investment. Additionally, on the distributor side, it was the lack of deep penetration, lack of clarity and awareness, choice paralysis among the funds, mis-selling of schemes, lack of unbiased opinions that hindered people from making that first investment. Now I'd like Divyansh to take it ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Nikita. So what is going to be our focus area? Predominantly in India, women have been investing in FDs and gold, but they are considered as savings, and mutual fund is an investment option. So our focus will be to encourage women to move from savings to investment. Next slide, please. Making investing more accessible to women isn't just about ensuring they have the right technology, but also inclusively equipping everyone with the knowledge, skills, and fostering the motivation to engage with investing. We talk to people in the industry and our finance professors for their insights on the key challenges for gender-inclusive investment and for their thoughts on how the industry can change to encourage more women to invest. Their answers reveal the extent to which the investment industry is currently oriented towards male customers. Couple of points which we need to keep in our mind are: number one, we need to form a connection by understanding what motivates women to invest and how they like to be communicated with. 37% of women said if investment language were easier to understand, it would influence them to invest or to invest more than they currently do. And number three, as increasing health standards mean that today's women need to plan for what might be a 100-year lifespan, women are motivated to invest by thinking of a long-term financial prosperity, independence, and the impact their investments can have. Products packaged to meet these needs and address these interests clearly communicated in straightforward language, should go a long way to increasing women's investment. Few things we believe would work in this direction are: number one, the role model concept, that is, to create women icons from their walks of life that others can look up to and replicate. Saheli initiative, to interact with women at the residential places, and an emotional connect, where the appeal should be based on nurturing nature. Next slide, please. Currently, we have an industry with men in mind. So our focus should be to increase the awareness among the women participants. Next slide. 9 out of 10 asset managers in the industry are men. We need more women asset managers to help build trust among potential women customers. Asset managers admit that their default investment customer is a man. Organizations' investment products are primarily aimed at men, suggesting that they focus on the benefits and features that generally appeal more to men than women. As a result, potential female investors are met with language, imagery, and messaging targeted at a male customer. There is also a tendency to use financial jargon and overcomplicated investment language in order to foster a sense that the investment customer is part of an exclusive club. This kind of marketing is actively off-putting to women. As possible solution to these problems, we believe that we need to have A, more female fund managers, number B, easy investment information, and C, messaging should be focused around women's financial independence. Next slide. As part of an education and empowering program, we need to make a collaborative effort, which includes some of the initiatives like customized ads in regional languages, educational videos by women, Jan Nivesh Yojana, etc. Next slide. Programs on community radio and self-help groups will provide voice to the communities through collaborative actions. Collaborations with Mutual Fund Sahi Hai and other organizations which have multilingual content will help to learn and reduce information asymmetry. Education videos by Alpa Shah, who is a champion of financial literacy and financial planner. This will help to promote trust among women investors and would also motivate them. Exams such as National Financial Literacy Assessment Test should be made mandatory for all students between the age of 13 and 16. This will introduce the concepts of financing and investing. And it is equally important to educate men. Men should be educated about a higher degree of inclusion before taking investment decisions. They should be taught why they need to explain the rationale behind decisions they have taken to their spouses. Next slide. Over to you, Arpit.
Thank you, Divyansh. New age women need to demonstrate the same poise and assertiveness when it comes to the making investment decisions as they do with their career choices to ensure financial independence throughout their career and post-retirement. For short-term balances, women hold their money in the savings bank accounts and either to meet immediate expenses or park their savings until they are able to invest them. The primary need of the woman from this money is safety and easy accessibility. For the liquid funds, they provide better returns at around 6.5% currently with strict management of safety and liquidity that the Securities and Exchange Board of India's guidelines ensure. Then the short-term debts. The State Bank of India is currently offering an interest rate of 6%. Then the well-managed short duration funds typically maintain a duration of 2 to 3 years that can take place of FDs. They have generated the returns of over 9.5%. Then comes the gold exchange traded funds. In the gold paper offers numerous benefits, such that investors do not have to bear any fees or take the premium. Every gold ETF or gold fund has yielded over 30% of the returns in the few years. Next slide, please. The current distribution of women investors towards mutual funds, gold and FTs are 56% and 44%. Using our strategy, this distribution is going to change to 69% and 31% respectively, thereby tapping the traditional instruments and enabling women to move from savings to investing. Next slide, please. 68% of the total population constitutes the rural population, which is the majority, whereas the investments are currently being made from only 32% of the total population, that is the urban one, from then which is further divided into millennials, affluent, and middle class. Again, in the decreasing order of the investments. Next slide, please. The urban investor, women investor base contributes of major investments of 69% in 22, and only 31% comes from the rural population. There is a huge potential from this sector. So after tapping the market over the decade, the percentage changes from to 53% in urban and 47% in rural. There is an increase in 14% in the rural region over the span of 10 years. Next slide, please. Now let's clarify a few myths about investing. The average amount of monthly disposable income women think that you need to start investing is 42K. From the data, we can see that the individual woman average ticket size turns out to be rupees 10,000. This means that the current woman investor base is using almost 25% of the net disposable income in investments. Investing does involve risk, of course, but the perception that investing always has to be incredibly high stakes is not the case. During a time of low interest rates, money is savings account is losing purchasing power over the long term as it is lagging behind inflation. Naturally, women want to see returns on their investments, but they also want to see the impact of their money. Investing for the future, whether it is for their own security or the future of the planet. Next slide, please. Now let's discuss the communication strategy for the urban sector. For the lack of investment clarity, we can build awareness around the mutual funds, SIPs, etc. And we can launch the campaign, invest and then spend, where we can invest a mere of 100 rupees per day. For the high risk investment belief, we can diversify the portfolio to mitigate the risk. We can also launch the SIP calculator to predict the future returns of their portfolios. And then there comes the campaign to introduce the fictional character, where we can show them who diversifies and who doesn't diversify to show its benefits. Then comes the goals and aspirations of the urban sector, where we can tie them to the investments for the goal initiatives. Then comes the campaign, my bucket list, a means to link the goals with their investment mutual funds and get recommendations. Next slide, please. Then comes the communication strategy for the rural sector. For the lack of investment clarity, we can launch the campaign Mutual Fund Liya Kya. Also, we can build an army of distributors from ex-LIC agents and the bankers. Then comes the high risk investment belief, where we can use the WhatsApp engagement model whenever they need any doubts. Then the campaign introduce a fictional character which is similar to the urban sector. Then the goals and aspirations of the rural sector, where we can link them to the financial independence and their ambitions. And there is a campaign, Teri Udan, Teri Pehchan, a means to link their personal freedom and aspirations with the investment mutual fund and get recommendations. Over to you, Divyansh, for the conclusion.
Yeah. So the amount of wealth controlled by women globally is disproportionately small, but it is ever growing. And a research reveals that more women are looking to invest. This could bring benefits not only for those who invest, but also for women everywhere. It is up to us to lead the change by educating, inspiring, and including more women in all that we do. The traditional stereotype of a person who is interested in investing, the wealthier old man, is outdated and needs to be dismissed. Young women are interested in investing too, but they need to be empowered to do so. The face of investment is changing, and the industry needs to evolve. The time to act is now. The investment industry needs to be more inclusive, find a better way to engage with women, make investing more accessible, and close the gender investment gap. Because more women investing will benefit everyone, the society, the investment industry, and the planet. Thank you. We are open to questions.
Fabulous, Abhinav. I definitely appreciate all the good work. It is fantastic, Nikita, Divyanshu, and Arpit. A lot of hard work and clarity in thought. Thoughts. It's well presented, and appreciate the whole journey. The first, I think entire presentation is fabulous. And couple of questions. The first question to Nikita: when you made a presentation, why women investing? There's a slide which is women why. And there is what is the data source you got it? It's Like,
So we conducted our primary research by interviewing people around us, and then also our maids and house helps. Along with that, on the urban sector, also a couple of my friends and across the country. Along with that, we also asked our professors, reached out to other alumni as well.
fantastic. Then comes to you, Divyansh, when you said about, the key issues slide when you spoke, and, it's a converting savings to investments. And you also given good GTM, go to market strategy. Here comes mutual funds also provides an opportunity even for inculcate savings. Your liquid funds can be an entry point. It's like somebody can start up. I mean, then you can move to the investments. If you have to have a GTM strategy, even savings to be included. Do you want to modify something or you want to add something?
So the primary reason we wanted to move ahead in this way is that there needs to be a change in mindset about the customers regarding investment. So right now, when people invest in FDs or in the gold, then they keep on accumulating some amount of money over a period of time, and then they invest in them. On the other hand, for the mutual funds, we may not have to go ahead with the similar plan of action. We have 500 rupees at the moment, we can go ahead with an investment plan. So that was the key thing in our mind when we proposed this model. But definitely, sir, we believe investing and saving should go hand in hand in the future. And even nowadays, they do go hand in hand. Even if I invest in some portfolios, then I do have some things kept as part of my savings as well. So definitely, sir, we totally agree with you that these two should go together, and we should keep both of these portfolios open. Yeah.
By the way, this question, you are mentioning about the videos of Alpasha. How you know her?
So we have seen a couple of her articles on the magazines which we receive in our college, and one of our professors who taught us financial accounting mentioned her name. So yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. She's amazing. Know how it worked out. And Arpit, this is the last question to you. I appreciate on your communication strategy and even the caption tagline which you used at the end. Teri udaan, teri pehchan. It's fantastic. But one area where you mentioned about data on urban rural. I'm not very sure from where the data source you got it. If you mentioned the data source would be good, or like from where you would have got it. This is a slide which is talking about transition part. After that slide.
Right. Sir, this is the calculation that we have made using the shift from equity to non-equity. That is because in the urban sector, right now, the women population is investing more in non-equities. That is for 56%. And right now, in equity, 44%. So that shift is changing over the decade to 69 and 31%. Right. So to bring about this shift, we are using our strategy. So using the calculation given in the case, we bring this one.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And it is fabulous. Well done. All the good luck to three of you. Over to Vishy sir to continue on this journey.
So after such it's a great presentation. I really love the way you all went about, quickly analyzing and picking on the points on how we need to differentiate, not just say that this is women is a potential, but how do you access that potential? How do you think differently for products? How you think differently on communication and reaching them? I really don't have any questions. I just want to appreciate the good work that you've done, and I would let the more aware and knowledgeable in this industry to take on the questions. But overall, if you ask me in the presentation, what I'm looking for is how you're addressing the issues and how you're taking them on, and that's something which I feel you've done a very good job. You've done a fantastic job of addressing each of the issues to the point, perfectly. I mean, giving clear logic, giving clear explanation. I loved your presentation. Fantastic. Over to you, Lakesh.
Yeah, Arpit, Divyansh, and she's not there. Yeah. So it was a very good presentation. Really liked it, and I understood the task, and you addressed most of the questions very, very efficiently. I like the way you kind of gave the the app products for FDs and gold, and you kind of matched it with the short term and the medium term and so on. So that was all very good. I liked it very much. My only thing was when you talked about, how to reach out to women investors. I thought some of the things you said are applicable to both men as well as women, men who are not that educated or in the maybe not that aware. One thing really stood out, why women fund managers? I mean, how does that help? I really don't understand, because they are behind the scenes. They are doing investments and no one really knows the fund managers. You only know the funds or the fund house. I really don't understand why you're saying women fund managers have to be there. They're not the face of the mutual fund or anything, And when you're saying simplified, jargon free, that is all applicable for men as well as women, when you're marketing. It's not very women centric, in my opinion. Then, like Rao sir said, I also didn't understand how you're trying to shift the women base in rural areas. How is it going to increase to so much? On what basis are you projecting that growth?
Thank you, ma'am, for your questions.
Okay,
Ma'am, to answer your first question regarding the fund managers part. So, if we talk about the rural segment and the urban segment, yeah. So the fund managers aspect basically comes up when we have the educated people trying to invest their money and they don't know where to invest. Then they reach out to the fund managers and the financial literate people rather to help them diversify their investments and to guide them in some way. So that is where we were targeting at the fund managers aspect for the rural part, for the rural women.
No, you're mistaken there. No one reaches to fund managers. Fund managers don't speak to anybody. They don't speak to distributors or to investors or anybody at all.
Okay.
They're not consumer facing at all. Yeah.
Rather, you need women advisors.
Oh, yes. Rather. Thank you for correcting us, sir.
Yeah, that's a wrong notion you have.
Okay. And ma'am, for the rural segment, ma'am, we realized that there's a kind of tangibility involved when the people in the tier 2 cities, towns, and the rural areas they invest, because as of now they have been investing either in the gold, the real estate market, or the FDs. Either the product is tangible or either the mode of distribution is tangible, where there are agents and the brokers which go to their place, or the bank where the people go and get this service. But in terms of mutual funds, we do not have this as of now. So why not we leverage the existing aspect from the other sectors into the mutual fund? So why not we have women brokers and the agents who can go and leverage this market and tap the potential in the women for the women investors in the rural areas? Because women are initially very hesitant to take part in the investing options. But if they have women on the other side trying to help them explain the benefits or what this entire mutual fund is about, how it can help them in their future aspiration, how it can help in their financial planning for the family, then I believe it would be a much better way rather than a male counterpart trying to go them as a broker or an agent and trying to explain them the benefits. So ma'am, that was our rationale around it.
This is a question not really to do with your presentation. Did you look at the savings or the investable surplus in rural areas compared to urban? And is it really worthwhile to really go after a rural investor? At the income levels and all that, do you think it's really worthwhile to spend energy? Because like you say, the most of the investment right now is coming from urban areas.
Ma'am,
and the women also the education level and there. So is it really, is it workable at all? I'm just asking, throwing a question then.
Sure, ma'am. Ma'am, we believe that there's a misconception rather that the rural areas are the poor areas of the country, but they do have a huge potential. Every rural area has a petrol pump, has a jewelry shop, has a hospital, has a lots of other areas, and a lot of them are owned by women women of the rural areas. So why not we can reach out to them? If I talk about the place where I belong to, I have a woman, I have a sarpanch who is a woman. So she do have the potential to invest. Right now, they are not investing in mutual funds because they are not being reached out to. They are investing in some other area. But if we reach out to them, make them aware, tell them the benefits, then definitely they will be investing. Yes, the target market as of now may be small, but yes, we do have the potential. And in fact, we do have startups like companies like Z Fund, if I'm not wrong, who are actually only targeting the rural areas of the country and not going and tapping the urban and the semi-urban areas. And they are making a good move in this area. So, ma'am, we do believe that we do have a huge potential.
Okay, good answer. I'm convinced. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah.
Ma'am, additionally, I would.
Yeah, you want to say something?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Actually, I also do invest, and I generally tend to look after the asset manager, like who is he and what kind of experience he or she is holding. And as per my experience on my entire portfolio, there's only one female asset manager. So
No, but
as an
did you
investor,
put your money
yeah.
only in a female fund manager
No.
run fund?
No, but it just inspires me that, yeah, at least a lady is out there.
Doesn't matter is what I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Right. So thank you, Divyansh, Nikita, and Arpit. Very interesting presentation. Right, thanks for participating, and you may log off now.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job.
All the best.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, team. I now invite team 3 to present their case solution.
Hello, everyone, and to members of the jury. Our presentation today is titled Women and Financial Independence. Today we have here Kushankur, who is the Chief Financial Officer, Dibajyoti, who is the Chief Strategy Officer, and myself, Varun. I am the Chief Executive Officer. If we can go on to the next slide. Yeah, a little bit about the mutual funds industry in India. This industry has witnessed rapid growth over the past 3 years, and this has been spurred by a multitude of factors, which include increased awareness, changing investor behavior, enhanced accessibility of products, and technological advancements in the field. If we look at some of the key statistics here, we see that among the total population of India investing in different kinds of investments, we have mutual fund folios of 93 million in all, and of which women mutual fund folios were 14 million. And if you look at the total investment, the value of investments, we have a total AUM of MFs, which was equal to 37.75 lakh crore, and 4.5 lakh crore of those were held by women folios. India recorded a 5.9 million strong mutual fund investor base just in March 2022, and women held mutual fund inflows stood at 1.82 lakh crore in the year 2021, which is the highest so far. If you look at some of the other statistics, we find that 31% of all Indians invest in mutual funds, and almost 10% invest in equity. Mutual funds grew 48% year on year in terms of AUM in FY22. The PMJDY, the Jan Dhan Yojana accounts, which were a major driver for this, stood at 46.3 crore accounts, and rural and semi-urban made 66.8% of these accounts, and urban sector made 33.2%. Deposits in these accounts stood at 1.75 lakh crore, and women account holders in these Jan Dhan Yojana scheme were 55.6% of the total. Can we move on, Debajyoti? And we also realize that the favored investment tools still remains mutual funds, followed by stocks, fixed deposits, gold, PPFs, and so on. Some of the other key trends and insights that were identified were that the proportion of women involved in investing activities is still very small, but is steadily rising. It's picking up gradually. And almost 50% of all earning women invest at least 20% of their income, monthly income, in some or the other form. While this is still a male-dominated area, investing, women are still increasingly taking part in decision-making activities. Almost 70% of Indian women choose mutual funds as their preferred option while making investments. So they pick it at the highest. If you look at why this industry has become attractive over the past 3 years, we have to delve into what our Indian economy looked like during the pandemic. The economy had contracted by 7.3%. The unemployment rate peaked at 23.5% in April 2020, and the fiscal deficit for the year 2020-21 stood at 9.5%. Well, these uncertain times made low risk and stable investment options very attractive options for people who had an increased propensity to save. So you would see that between April 2020 and April 2021, the number of unique investors in mutual funds increased by 10% to 2.28 crore, and then a staggering rise of 48% to 3.37 crore. Similarly, the AUM of mutual funds also increased likewise. Well, this can be attributed to multiple factors, some of which are listed here. So there was increased customer education during this period. People were confined to their homes, and they had enough ample time to explore these products and get to know them better. Some of them found it a quick income source to support their laid-off spouses or furloughed spouses. Some of the stocks and some of the funds that were available at this time were at very deep discounts, which made it a very attractive proposition to buy them and hold them for the long term. Enhanced digital accessibility in the form of digital channels, primarily the Jan Dhan Yojana accounts, also added to this benefit. The fintech boom also coincided with the period of pandemic. Also, these mutual fund companies also started targeting their customers in a very niche way. So they used to, so this changed the decision-making trend from just the patriarch to the family unit. For example, you must have seen an ad of Sachin Tendulkar talking to a mother of a girl child who's playing cricket. So the ads have been targeted towards women now. We can move on.
Sure, thanks, Varun. So I'll just move on to the primary research and the secondary research that we did. So we reached out to people, and as you can see, there's an interview inside of two person. So first person is interested, is actually using mutual funds. The second person is not. So once we went through the interview, we found that there's one common factor that sort of joins them, and that's the lack of awareness. So the first person was not aware that there were mutual funds which were liquid, and the second person was not aware of mutual fund in general. So moving on, we do understand there's a lot of potential in this area when it comes to women investors. Women investors on an average earn more like 10% more than men in mutual funds, and they're also better at maximizing tax benefits. And through these statistics, we understood that there's a lot of area of growth in this area, and if we could reach out to the women investors who are currently not investing or are not investing actively, there's a huge space that could open up. So we thought of user personas that we could sort of target. And firstly, we thought of a student who is not having much of an awareness, but is aware in a medium terms and has a low motivation and has a weak financial position. So we went through the pain points, and we thought that the positioning strategy would be to harness their technological prowess and to create innovative products that would target them. For working professional, we understood that the awareness was high, there was a medium motivation and a strong financial position. And we thought of building customized products and allocate fund mentors for guiding them in order to get the best mutual fund for them. For elderly working professional, the awareness was low, but the motivation was medium, but the financial position was very strong. So we thought that if we could guide them through the process of investing in low-risk retirement products, since they were mostly looking for retirement funds, we could harness this sector as well. So when we thought about the goals, we realized some common trends which were really interesting. The first thing in all three categories was that family was the main goal. Secondly, if you look at it, would either be travel or let's say higher education. So from this, we realized that the most important factor in the investing comes out to be security for their families, followed by growth. And in later slides, we'll delve deeper into products that could cater to these categories. We also had a sort of a perceptual map to understand where mutual funds stood with respect to other investment products. Moving on, so we tried to understand what are the strength, weakness, and opportunity areas in order to build on the strategies. And from our primary and secondary research, we realized that some of the weakness areas were definitely lesser awareness, the risks that are associated, and it's also difficult to choose because of the multitude of mutual funds that is present across the internet. And given that there's a lack of knowledge and resources as well, it becomes more difficult to choose. But it has a huge opportunity. India has a rising GDP, and there's a lot of government initiatives in these areas as well. Moreover, internet usage is increasing with more and more users of smartphones. So we thought of strategies in four terms. We thought of educating, simplifying, guiding, and rewarding. So in education, we were thinking of actionable steps that could increase the knowledge, while we could simplify the products and make people understand what the outcome would be rather than focusing on the process of the entire investment. Moreover, once we guide them, we can also think of rewards. For example, if someone has been investing over a long term, we could give them certain rewards in terms of the product that we developed in the future. Moving on, we just thought about a revamped product strategy. So we realized that Indian women prefer lower risk. So we thought of a product that could, combine insurance and mutual fund products in order to, hedge the downside market risk. And people were also looking for regular incomes. So we thought of income schemes that could provide, regular dividends through government securities, corporate debentures, and bonds. And Indian women also prefer offline connection rather than going completely online. So we thought of a product that could, sort of be a hybrid model. So for our urban customer, we thought of developing an app which is exclusively for women, and it could have the mutual funds listed, which are women specific, and the product strategy that I talked about could be inculcated in it. We thought of major objectives to be awareness, trust, and to make them understand the product. So we used the Moscow analysis to understand what are the features we could prioritize. And we found out that the most important feature would be having security by design, tutorials, and the reviews and customer support that could help them through it. Moving on to the rural engagement, the strategy was same. It was just the end products that were different. So we thought of increasing awareness and clarity through engagements, let's say offline engagements in banks and knowledge booths. And we also thought of a process flow where they could, go through the investment journey and also the redemption journey. And the key objectives in this area were trust, awareness, and also simplicity. And in both of them, we realized that creating a safe space to ask for financial advisory would really help both the rural market and the urban market to invest better in this mutual funds. Moving on, Varun will take over.
Coming to the customer education part, we'd like to urge the urban women to invest in mutual funds through technology-driven omnichannel campaigns. So we split our segment into two different segments. First, we have the urban homemaker. These women can be characterized as well-read and informed. However, they might be negligent of the benefits that mutual funds deliver. They are typically financially dependent on their spouse. They wield varying degrees of decision-making power within the family unit. They have moderate to high savings and display interest in financial planning. How we seek to tackle this is to gain mindshare of the decision-making through thought-provoking messages, give logical explanations of how mutual funds can be beneficial to them, use digital channels like apps and digital ads to drive promotion, engagement, and recognition. Now, coming to the working professional, these women are highly educated, qualified, and knowledgeable. With a wide variety of investments to choose from, their behavior changes with changing environment. They are also financially independent, make well-informed decisions. They evaluate and carry out systemic investments, and they typically have high savings and also higher propensities to spend and invest. For them, we'd like to engage these people through digital or broadcasted celebrity or expert masterclasses, to kind of create an aspirational product. Personalized targeting through mails and notification based on apps are available for to understand their customer behavior and habits. And we'd like to partner with digital platforms to distribute free promotional coupons. For example, the ones that you earn on GPay when you make a payment, something like that, to get them into gamified investment classes. So is some sort of a promotion there. And for our campaign, we thought about hashtag invest today for a fruitful tomorrow. And the channels that we'd like to focus on the most are television and web and app. Under television, we'd like to show ads showing members of the nuclear family discussing about the benefits of having a mutual fund investment, and also sponsor fun masterclass programs usually with a celebrity or an expert, so that it's engaging and also fun at the same time. For web and app, we'd like to use click and video ads on web pages and mobile apps, as well as partner with platform apps, as I had said before. For the rural woman, we had split it into the unversed rural woman and the versed but passive woman. For the unversed rural woman, who are not aware of any financial investment planning or the investment options available, they are characterized by usually low value deposits. They are risk averse and will settle for low returns. These are mostly the Jan Dhan Yojana account holders and give high emphasis to trust and norms. How we'd like to tackle this segment is by curating culturally inspired customer educational content that resonates with these women. We'd also like to use local customer testimonials to overcome the trust barrier, and also have a toll-free helpline to answer queries in their local vernacular. For the second segment, which is the versed but passive woman, these people are aware of mutual funds, about the existence of mutual funds, but they may or may not have invested in them in their life. They also have relatively higher savings than the above segment. They prefer to invest in savings schemes. They're influenced by societal hearsay and norms and seek advice of head of the family or important societal figures. How we'd like to tackle this is by identifying key opinion leaders and drive educational messages through them. We'd also like to bombard them with ads until it generates back of the mind recall, leading to word of mouth marketing further. And also like to leverage partner channels such as microfinance institutes and fintech partners to cross-sell mutual funds along with their products. For this campaign, we thought about hashtag Fayda Bhi, Suraksha Bhi, and the rationale behind this is to overcome the trust barrier. Yeah, Kushankur can go
on. Thank you, Varun. So based on our strategies, we estimated the increase in the customer base that we would experience. We are expecting that the customer base, the women investor base, will increase from 55 lakhs in 2022 to around 1.5 crores in 2032. So the women investor base is expected to grow at a CAGR of 11% in these 10 years. The assets under management would increase from 4.5 trillion to around 7.09 trillion in the same period, which has a CAGR of around 4%. Can we move to the next slide? Right. So if we take a look at the expenditure trends for marketing, like my colleague already mentioned, the major marketing channels would be print ads, TV ads, influencer marketing, and social media marketing. During the initial years, we would like to focus on TV and print ads because to create top of the funnel awareness, to create mind space in the minds of the consumers. And towards the later stages, after 3 or 4 years, we would shift our ad spend towards away from TV and print ads to social media and influencer advertisements. So if we see on the graph in the bottom left, we can see that the expenditure on print media, the expenditure on social media and influencer market is increasing, whereas the expenditure on the traditional media channels, that is print media and TV advertisements, are either decreasing or staying constant. If we look at the return on ad spend, we have calculated by saying how much money does a rupee of ad spend bring in. So we find that the return on ad spend is around 55, which is a very good number to have. And among all the different channels that we will engage in, influencer marketing has the highest return on ad spend. Devati, can you move to the Excel once? Right. So this sheet captures our advertisement campaign spend. If we see that the cost per impression was taken from the current standards that are prevalent in the market, and the split of inorganic reach is something that we had decided. We first decided that we would reach majority of the people through print and TV advertisements in the initial years, and then move away from print and TV advertisements towards social media and influencer marketing. The conversion rates were also taken from the internet, and using these numbers, we calculated the conversion the number of people that we would convert on a year-on-year basis. The cost was also found in a similar way. In the first year, we see that our total ad campaign would cost around 21.75 crores, which would increase to around 59 crores till the year 2032. Our conversions would be 2.88 lakhs in the initial years, and it would increase to 6.45 lakhs down the line. So now these conversions are inorganic conversions. We also have organic conversions, which would be through organic word of mouth marketing and things like that. Can we move to the next slide?
Sure, I think we have answered most of these questions, but in
Only
case
1 minute to go, team.
Sure.
Right. So yeah. So we have answered all of these questions. So uh, for the first question, we see that the women investor base would increase from around 50 lakhs to around 1.5 crores in a period of 10 years. My colleagues talked about the product and marketing strategies that would enhance this shift. And for the third point, Varun talked about the different strategies that we would undertake for urban and rural women folk. For the fourth, we can we have seen how we can channel smaller investments through in a rural setup into mutual funds. And for the last step, we already talked about what would be the different strategies that we would undertake for urban and rural customers. Right, so
Thank you, judges.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks, Varun, Kushankar, and Debjyoti. It's a good presentation. A couple of questions from my side. It's well presented. This I'll go with the Kushankar's last slide. One is on the return on ad spend as a percentage, which is likely to go up, which is mentioned. And at the same time, when you say increase in the investor base in 10 years, it is just 3x. Like, how that you justify. I think in the first slide of the Varun, when he's talking about investor base, which is going up, 3x, just 3x in 10 years. And other side, ROAS is getting better. I didn't get it. And in a decades period.
Right, sir. So we divided the increase in the customer base into two ways. First is organic means and inorganic means. Now, organic means we are saying that since the market is on a bear run right now, so we have increased the organic base by. So we have increased the base in organic manner by around 3 to 5% every year, and that too in a cyclic manner. And for inorganic reach, we have calculated based on the conversion numbers that are available to us over the internet. So we have divided our ad spend into the various advertisement channels, and from that we have calculated the number of people that we would be able to convert. So we think that since the market is on a downturn, we won't be seeing exceptional increase in the number of customers. The increase in number of customers would be around 7 to 8% every year for the coming 10 years.
Thanks, Kushankar. But in a 10 years period, market can go many ups and downs. It doesn't mean what you are seeing the trend today and tomorrow it may not. That I leave it apart. Now I'll move to Debjyoti on one question. It is you put in one slide, women tend to earn 10% more on their return it's like can you explain to me what is the data source? Are they earning more than the men? Or if they're earning more, then what is why they're earning the more?
Sure, sir. So the data source for this is a research paper that we went through on the internet. This was secondary research. And the reason for this is that women have more returns. I'm sorry for the noise.
It's okay, you can go ahead.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, so the reason for this is that women are more, consistent in their, let's say, if they're doing SIPs, they are more consistent in continuing their SIPs over the period of time. And also, we have seen that they are more, committed to their investments. And since mutual fund is not a one-time investment, you have to invest over a period of time. This has led to this trend, and that was sort of the conclusion that led to this 10% more figure.
Yeah, it is nothing. The product gives the same return to both men and women. It doesn't differentiate. All that is women, the behavior to stay back with the investments for the longer makes the difference to earn more. That's it, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
About
Thanks,
the commitment.
Yeah, thanks for this. And over to Vishy sir.
Yeah, so I think it's a good presentation. You have taken a wide area. You've addressed each and every area. What some of the questions they had, Rao Saab has already. I only was, looking at where did you get this number of conversion? Does the internet give you conversion specific to mutual fund industry? So
No, sir. So we looked at financial products in general, not just mutual funds. So we could not find anything related to mutual funds. So we looked at financial products as a whole.
And so what is the conversion per mil kind of thing that you took? What was the conversion? You're taking 1% conversion.
Yes.
Sorry, I lost you. Yeah, mute.
For print ads, it was around 0.06%. And for, influencer marketing, it was around 0.1%, and so on and so forth.
0.1% conversion.
Conversion, yes, sir. So if 1,000 people are contacted, then 11 people will convert.
Yeah,
through influencer.
But is that how it happens? There is a impression, then there is a click through, and then there is a conversion. So conversion
Yes,
is
sir, from impression. So from impression to conversion, that is the rate that we have considered, sir.
So
yes,
that's
sir.
why,
Understand what you're saying.
So that's why your conversion rates are very, very high. It doesn't convert so many from that impression because the conversion rates that you have taken are usually click through to conversion rates. It's not impression to conversion. And that's you may need to go back and check that because most of these impressions are in millions, and that's why your influencer marketing is turning out to be the cheapest and the best and all these, because their impressions are huge, but then people have to click, and from click the conversion would happen.
Right.
In social media and online impressions really don't count. That millions and millions of impressions you can get online, but it's only after the click is the conversion. Okay, good. Most of the these you've gone into it. I mean, and you got very detailed into these plans. I felt a bit that you all tried to cover too many things and too much this, so I was finding it a little difficult to focus on the key strategy and thinking. So I maybe because I'm not so mutual fund savvy, but the way for me it was like I was trying to grapple. Okay, what are you saying? This side, that side. So if you had kept, say, few key points of your strategy, which was very clear, and then defined it, possibly I would have found it easier. I'm not saying that everybody would have had the same impression, but I had a bit of difficulty trying to run between so much on the slide. There was tons of matter on the slide, and I was trying to just figure out what is going. Just a kind of feedback for when you make a presentation, if it is especially because it's a little more technical, so key points is very essential to put across. Otherwise, you all have covered a lot. Your presentation format was very good. You've covered all the questions with a lot of depth. Great. Thanks
for the feedback, sir. We'll keep that in mind.
Yeah. I'm very happy with this presentation, all three of you. I think you've thought through the problem, understood the problem very well, and the way you analyzed it, and the way you broke down the urban and the rural into personas, the age group and the income group, and then you try to devise strategies accordingly. All that I thought was very well thought through. You put a lot of work and lot of thinking into it. That was very, very, very good, very interesting. I also had the same doubt as Mr. Rao had about the 10%. How can women earning, and how did you arrive at that? But you're saying they're just staying put and they're earning more, so that's okay. Yeah, I think you try to be very logical and try to do the conversion and using the conversion rate and so on, and you came to that number. But also people tend to come to mutual funds when the returns are good. There's also the word of mouth, and that tends to play a big part when the market is booming and a lot of people are moving to mutual funds and people talk about it. There's one qualitative factor out there also. It's not all quantitative. So because of which some of the jump can be there. You try to go about it in a very logical fashion, understand, and that's how you came to that number. Only question I want to ask is, you didn't think of any product specific, any designing any specific product for the women in particular, and anything specific that you wanted to design? One place you said add insurance with mutual fund, but anything else that did you look at?
So for the rural market, we thought of a sort of customer touch point perspective that people could go ahead. We can have banks and they can have sort of booths where people can go and deposit their cash, and those cash would be deposited in the savings account. And since mutual funds have a minimum balance that needs to be invested, those cash can be accumulated over time, and then the investment could be done. So we thought of something like that could be done through banks for rural.
Can you show me the slide again? That was very interesting.
Sure.
That rural strategy.
This is the
Yeah,
customer process. So we thought about the investment and the redemption journey for, let's say, customer.
You're talking about the Jan Dhan accounts here, is it? Or
Yes.
Any?
Yes. So we thought that, let's say I have 100 rupees right now. I need a minimum of 1,000 to invest. I can go to bank, deposit 100 rupees. And let's say next week I deposit 100, and this way it can get accumulated in that Jan Dhan account. But once it reaches that minimum balance, it can get invested in the fund that I want.
So you're thinking of a tie-up with the fund house or something like that?
Yes.
Okay. So besides that, you didn't really get into any specific products, mutual fund products per se for women, anything of that sort, right?
We had also thought about thematic funds, ma'am. But it's since this area is very highly regulated, we thought of avoiding that. So we thought of having only women-oriented funds, maybe businesses by women for women, portfolios consisting of those companies. But we thought that'd be very restricted.
Okay. Thanks so much. I like the way you thought through the whole problem. So that was very good. Thank you.
Ma'am, to answer the first question, we have considered organic as well as inorganic growth rate. We have considered an organic growth rate of around 5 to 7% since the market is on a bear run right now. And for inorganic growth rate, we have taken into account the different advertisement spends that we are doing.
Okay. That was done well. I thought it was very well thought through. Yeah, good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good presentation.
Very
good presentation, guys.
That's right.
As Vishy was saying, you packed in a little too much in your slides. Always tell presenters that my eyes glaze over when I see too many points. PowerPoint is like death by PowerPoint. But I think you made some good points. But maybe you just focus on a few in each slide and then talk the jury through that. But otherwise, it's a solid presentation. Thanks for participating. And right, so all the best. You may log off now. Thank you.
Sure, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. I now invite Team 4 to present the case solution.
A very good morning to one and all present here. We are excited for this final round presentation of the Boardroom Challenge by Businessline on campus. Our team consists of Dhairya Shah, Mohit Singh Raijada, and me, Anubhav Kumar. Without further ado, let's get underway. The case at hand is one that touches various segments like mutual fund industry, financial inclusion, as well as women empowerment. The problem statement being how to tap the growing power of women in formal investments. The backdrop of the case is that AMFI strives to develop the Indian mutual fund industry by guiding the investors as well as improving education and penetration of mutual fund in India. Along those lines, they have observed that women investors have a huge potential in assets like equity and mutual funds. Therefore, we have been requested to prepare a comprehensive strategy to tap into this in this segment over the next decade. Let us now have a look at the current scenario of women investors in India. As per the CAMP's report on women power in mutual funds, released in 2022, the investor base has grown from 1.8 million in 2017 to 5.5 million in 2022, which is an increment of 200%. Along similar lines, the AUM of women investors has grown from 0.98 trillion in 2017 to 4.5 trillion in 2022, which is a whopping 350% increment. This, when compared with the overall AUM, shows a jump of 7% share in 2017 for women investors to 17% in 2022 for women investors. And on comparison with individual investors, AUM, the share of women investors has also grown from 13% in 2017 to 31% in 2022. These data charts are a trend for the women investors in India and strongly support the potential of women power. In accordance with the case and the problem statement, we have proceeded to categorize the 5 tasks in the following 3 pillars, namely market potential, where we would quantify the potential of women investment in mutual fund over the next decade, product and marketing strategy, where we would curate strategies to tap into the potential market for both urban as well as rural women investors. Lastly, awareness would be aimed at spreading the knowledge about mutual funds to increase penetration while swaying the mindset from traditional investments like gold, property to mutual funds.
Moving on, as part of the first pillar, we started off by first forecasting the potential of the mutual fund industry in India. As per the quarterly AUM data from AMFI from 2014 to 2022, there has been a compounded annual growth of about 18.9%. Additionally, based on past experiences, we assumed that mutual funds has an industry cycle of 5 years, wherein the first 3 years are high growth phase, followed by 1 year of potential slump and the next year of revitalization. Using these assumptions, we quantified the potential AUM of this industry by 2032, which is around 128 trillion rupees. This is more than 3.3 times the current AUM of 38 trillion as of September 2022. Using this forecast, we have proceeded to quantify the potential of women investors in this segment. Additionally, the other assumptions include the share of individual investors' AUM in overall AUM, which has shown a slow growth from 50% to 58% from 2014 to 2022. Forecasting this, we find an average of 62% by the end of the next decade. Utilizing the trend of the share of women investors in individual investors' AUM, which has increased from 13% in 2017 to 31% in 2022, we assume a share of 40% by 2032. This leads us to a potential AUM of women investors to be around 31.88 trillion by the end of 2032. If we compare this with the current percentage share of women investors in the total AUM, which is 17%, this would be 24% of the total AUM in that year. Also, if we compare it with the current AUM, which is 4.5 trillion, the CAGR shows about 21.6% by the end of 2032. Definitely a segment worth huge potential, and we should definitely tap into it. Moving on to the next pillar. In addition to the data provided in the case, we undertook primary research by targeting existing mutual fund female investors as well as potential investors. The data collection was on the following 7 dimensions so as to understand which dimension had the maximum impact on the women investors and their decision-making process. The result, as shown in the slide, highlights that social and cultural conditions affect the female investors the most, followed by marketing of the products. This, combined with the concept of aspirational yet affordable, which is the tagline everyone loves in India, were the core ideas around which we curated our strategies. There, over to you.
From our primary and secondary service, we have divided women segment in 3 major categories: working professional, urban, and rural, and further classified in subcategories. In working women, we have included urban, metro cities, tier 2 and 3 cities women who are equally bread earners of the house with income range above 5 to 10 lakhs rupees. Plus, they have major role in financial decision making. In rural area, also there are women who are active and high influence in financial decision making. There are the most probable target audience for the mutual fund investment. In urban section, there are homemakers with their monthly savings and millennials with the disposable income are the most suitable for the SIP. In rural, there are also homemakers with a minimum savings which can be tapped for the small ticket size SIP investments. Breaking down to the problem, we have done the SWOT analysis in which we found the household income rises, increased women literacy rate, post-COVID awareness of equity market, potential return over the asset class, active involvement in a decision making, and a women empowerment are the sum of the strengths. Women are more inclined towards saving, and FD gold is their favorite instruments are the weaknesses. Even there are less number of female distributors and role models as investors. Tier 2 and 3 cities women inclusion in equity bandwagon, technology investments, advancements, ease of making investments, work from home income for women, which results in more saving, are the good opportunity for whole mutual fund sector. Threat for the segment is market volatility and uncertain future expense as well as savings for the women. After analysis of women needs, approach, expectation, and the goal, most suitable product is a multi-asset allocation fund, which gives them exposure in all asset class, including gold, with a moderate risk and potentially better return than FD. In a rural, we have 3-step marketing strategy for mutual fund industry: awareness, acquisition, and activation. In awareness, there is a need to design campaign which address the rural mass and educate them on financial products and its risk opportunity. Assign village level representative and make some local level success example which rural audience can correlate. In acquisition, local authority or women groups and educate or try to make MFI register female distributor among them because women can connect better with the other women. And in activation, includes training to village level women distributor to use online platform for KYC and onboarding of clients such as Camps 360 and KFintech platforms. Marketing strategy in urban. In urban market, there is upside potential to use a digitalization in the country to reach maximum potential women investor via social media platform with engaging content from influencer, and informative financial knowledge via blogging and blogging. search engine optimization to look in front of target audience on search engine like a Google. Online reputation management is the process to gain trust among the investor community while providing financial planning and literacy to women to achieve their goals. Display a campaign are the indirect way of branding and marketing of mutual funds and AMCs with organizing various events at all levels such as boardroom challenge, webinar. In this arrange female representative and of distributor or successful investor in the webinar to make a connect with a female investor because there is a lack of female role models in investment such as Rakesh Junjunwala. In a traditional way, promote to become a mutual fund distributor among the women community and intensifies women distributor to gain more traction in a sector.
Thanks, Arya. As part of the final pillar of awareness, in all programs of increasing the education and penetration of mutual fund, we would highlight the perks of mutual fund, which as highlighted on the screen, include the expert portfolio management, risk reduction, convenience and fair pricing, as well as the enticing tax-free high return scheme through the ELSS. We believe these will be the USP of mutual fund that would appeal to the women investors the most and help sway their decision from traditional investments to formal ones. Along with these perks, we would also highlight the risks that are associated with mutual funds, which is the market fluctuations, so as to give them an all-round education. Over to you, Anubhav.
So, as mutual funds already have a tagline that mutual funds sahi hai, we came up with our own tagline, which will be focusing only on women investors. Nari ke saath, nari ke haath. Investment is your cup of tea. The main focus on this tagline was due to our primary research in which most of the women still depend on someone else in their family to make their investment. So, Nari ke saath, Nari ke haath, investment is your cup of tea will be a campaign in which we will be focusing on women that they can make their own investment decisions and they do not need someone else to make it for them. And utilizing this tagline with all the other marketing strategies that were mentioned and the benefits of mutual funds, we believe we can tap a huge potential that the women investors present us in the upcoming decade. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a good one, a good tagline, Anubhav. It's appreciate with the tagline to start with, and well done, Mohit and Dhairya. And that's like, I like the way in your pictorial representation to start with on the women empowerment and the problem statement and decoding further on the problem statement to different segments, and it's fantastic. And one area I would like to call you back with the slide where you said about the market potential and the projections for the women. It looks very bullish, and I'm very glad. But I would like to know how you got that. What is the 40% of the 2032 folios will be from the women. I mean, if you can get me how that bullish node has come and how we can reach there. We love to have that number, but if you can guide us, that would be nice.
Sure, sir. So what we did was we assumed that the total market segment of which is the mutual funds, it would grow at the rate which has been growing. But we also assume that there would be slumps down the line. So over the next 10 years, we assume that there would be 2 minor slumps, no major slumps like any pandemic or anything. We did not assume that. We assume there would be minor slumps, and following the slump, there would be a revitalization. So using that, we projected the total mutual fund industry. Now to proceed ahead and figure out what would be the share of women investors, we figured out that the trend of the percentage share of women investors in the total individual investor AUM has been increasing. So using that assumption, we assumed another number wherein we would come up to 40%, saying 13 has changed to 31, and 10 years down the line, we would be able to achieve 40%. So it is optimistic, true that, sir. But yeah, we assume that part, and then we backtrack to the numbers that we have shown.
Fantastic. There is thanks for that answer. The second one is on the product strategy. You have just taken point blank as a multi-asset allocation fund. I mean, one way, yes, it is true. Rather than choosing, you can put, but not every product mutual funds got a various product baskets based on their goals they can invest. Probably, what is the thought process behind to choose that multi-asset allocation fund?
Sir, women is a risk. Women audience is a risk averse audience. Currently, they are basically investing in a FD and gold. So to cater this kind of audience, we cannot put them into 100% equity. That's why we always follow that multi-asset allocation method. And plus, we can market this product while that woman is also getting investment in a gold too. So directly, indirectly, the gold element is also there. That's why we choose this multi-asset allocation.
Thanks, Daria. Thank you so much, and all the good luck to all the three of you. Over to Vishy sir.
Yeah, I think it was a good presentation. You all, covered the areas, looked into what needs to be done. I mean, I wouldn't be asking any technical, not that knowledgeable on the technical, but I felt that you could have spent a little less time on representing a lot of figures which we had already given to you, because that's something which we know already. And so that could have given you a little bit more time to maybe explain some of the other issues and go deeper into it. That was one observation. And I just had one question. When you said you did the primary and secondary research and you attribute scores, what kind of analysis was it? What kind of research was it?
So sir, we floated a questionnaire, and based on Lichter scale, we figured out what we post questions on each dimension, and we tried to figure out what would be the preference of women investors on each dimension based on the scale. So if the scale was very likely that they would go for this dimension, which would entice them towards mutual fund. So that's how
what research method was that? What tool did you use? What tool did you use? I mean, I'm not saying computer tool, but what research method is it called?
Google form. We have floated a Google form and physical and
that's for collection of data. But what analysis? What did you all use for analysis?
Not sure if what's the word for that, I guess.
Okay. So okay, fine. So that's fine. So you all use some your techniques to get that. Okay, fine, good. No, nothing wrong with that. I just wanted to understand as to how do you did those two parameters. So overall, good. Yes, the way you all presented was also very nice. I mean, not very cluttered, clearly done, but yes, I felt you could have gone a little bit more into, say, products and what kind of products you can make, especially for women, and then understood what those used your research. Once you said the research, and I didn't see exact reflection of that research in product formation, and after that it was more generic. So if I could have seen the output of that research, it would have been much better. It's a good presentation, but it would have been very, very good if you could have linked that. That's only from me. Good effort and all the best. Lokesh.
Yeah, it was well done, guys. I liked it. You understood the problem and you tried to address the questions here. And most of my doubts have already been asked by Mr. Rao and Vishy also. So I won't go through it again. Yeah, only thing is a dimension. There was this cultural and social dimension that played a big role. So what have you done to address that, to get women into mutual funds? You said marketing and then cultural and social. So how does that play a role in your strategy that you have devised?
When we float Google form and even we float that form in physical manner, the most of the decision to make an investment in a mutual fund are coming from not from any kind of marketing campaign or any kind of. They just because of their surrounding, their social, even their family background, those are the most important factor influence them to make a investment in mutual funds. So all the women, whatever, like 200 women out of 100 have marked that we have already have a background, family background, social cultural background, and that's why they have fall into mutual fund investment. So they have categorized that particular segment in like 8 to 9 numbers, all in all the.
So how do you use that insight to devise your marketing? So where has that insight played a role in what your strategy that you have devised?
Mohit bhai?
Yeah. So what we did was, as the cultural aspect is very important, we proposed that female distributors should be coming in. So having that connect on a local level with the female distributors would help create that awareness as well as that bond and the rapport, which would pull in the women investors towards the mutual fund industry. So that's how we have utilized this aspect, the cultural and the social aspect.
Okay, yeah. Even I would have liked to have seen a little bit more on the product strategy and not just give one size fit all for all women. But otherwise, it was a good presentation, good effort. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Taira and Mohit Singh. Thank you for participating, and all the best to you. You may log off now.
Sure. Thank you for all your suggestions. Thank you so much.
All the best.
All the best, team.
Oh, thank you, Anubhav, as well. Thank you.
Thank you, team. We now have a special AV from Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund.
Nivesh Fables presents Choose Your Advisor Wisely.
There were two rabbits. Willy was the wise one, and Fred was not so wise. They were walking through a field and came upon 2 carrots. Fred excitedly rushed and picked up a carrot, but it was smaller than it looked. He was confused, so Willy said, "Judging a carrot by its leaves is not the right way." After walking for some time, they came across another set of carrots. This time, Willy chose the carrot first. Fred thought, "How come the carrot with smaller leaves is small?" Willy replied, "I do not judge a carrot by its leaves." For the 3rd time, they found 2 carrots again. Willy pulled out 1 carrot and offered it to his friend. Fred was still confused and said, "I don't know how you do it, but I guess you're just smarter than me." "Fred, I may have the wisdom, but I share it with others and help them benefit from it too. You're my friend, you trust me, and I want you to have this carrot." In real life, while making investment decisions, don't we all look for an advisor like Willy, who wouldn't just look at the leaves superfluously, but analyze, inspect, understand the investments thoroughly, and suggest the right one for us? Someone who we can trust our hard-earned money with. As they say, if you look for a financial advisor, look for someone with the heart of a teacher and the soul of a friend. Have you found yours? An investor education and awareness initiative of Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
I now invite Team 5 to present their case solution.
Hello everyone. So let's look at how how we can tap the growing power of women in formal investments by and for this we'll be looking at how women's investments can be channelized to mutual funds in the next decade. My name is Shamli and my team members are Jitesh Patel and Manish Olympic. So let me walk you through a
Earphone or something, because your own voice is coming back and it's disturbing. Are you all on earphone or somebody is on a mic? It's
Is it better?
yeah. Just speak on.
Yeah. So let us look at the executive summary of our solution. So with the current growth trend by 2032, the number of women investors will increase from 5.5 million to 18.9 million by 2032, and the assets under management will increase from 4.5 trillion in 2022 to 21.5 trillion in 2032. However, if we consider an ambitious growth target, the number of women investors will increase to 28.7 million, and the assets under management will be as high as 27.8 trillion by 2032. In order to tap into women's investments, we consider women's networks to be most important, and hence we can leverage these networks in the form of multi-level marketing and referral programs, which will encourage more women to invest in mutual funds. We have also recommended a new product with a 4 to 6 month planned holiday SIP, such that women with low and uncertain incomes can also participate. We did a primary research to understand the market in depth, and on the basis of this research, of 200 plus respondents, we arrived at 3 consumer personas. The first one is of Proficient Prapti. Here, she is a working professional who is aware of the different investment options. She invests for long-term goals and is good with technology. However, she does not have enough time to track her investments, and at present, her portfolio consists of diversified investments. In mutual funds, she is looking at convenient options. Next, we have Smart Sudha. She is a stay-at-home mom who saves money from wise purchases. Her major focus area is the increasing family responsibilities. She has been dabbling into different methods of investments and is looking for a formal advisory channel. At present, her investment focuses on gold and FDs. However, she would like to learn more about what are the other investment options she has. Next, we have Industrious Iravati. She is a person who is working in the informal sector and has a variable wage. Her risk appetite is very low, and she has a very low desire to spend on financial services. This also comes with low knowledge of the different investment avenues. Whatever money she has, she tries to save it and keeps it in the form of cash. She is looking for awareness to develop her financial prudence. Now, how women invest. An analysis of the different savings rate of women tell us that more than half the women, almost half of the women invest more than 20% of their income every month. This is higher as compared to the savings rate for men. As per different age groups, the goals for investing change in women. However, family continues to be a top priority across all age groups. For 18 to 25 year age group and 25 to 30, family is succeeded by the goal of traveling. However, once one crosses the age of 35, we see that women tend to have investments for family followed by children. Thus, different investment options should consider goal-based investing plans.
Yes. So now let us look at where do women invest. 44% of the women still invest in gold and 36% in FD, which are a low risk and low return investment options. Across all age groups, we see a similar trend of women who are holding major part of investment in gold. And one thing we found out that the trend is similar when it comes to the younger generation, which are also inclined towards investing in gold. 22% of the women do invest in PPF, but the major driver behind it is the government mandate for it. We see that women have a very good habit of saving. Men do tend to deviate from the investment plans, but women have a very steady pattern. The one thing that they lack is the financial knowledge and the ignorance, which make it very difficult to obtain the better returns. Next slide, please. Comparing the major financial investment option, gold has given a 11% CAGR returns in the last decade. It traditionally has been a preferred option, has been a valuable asset to hedge the inflation and the currency fluctuations. But mostly the investments are in physical form, and selling charges hardly make the returns profitable. Also, there is no compounding effect on the gold investment. Next, FD, it has given assured returns Sorry. It has given assured return, but high chances are that the returns do not cover the inflation rate. Mutual funds have given a superb 14 to 20% returns in the last 10 years. It is a diversified option with the compounding effect, which can do wonders with the invested amount, but it is subjected to market risk. We see that there is a need to educate women about the benefits of mutual funds. Next, please. So, among the major investment options, gold and FD have the highest awareness and 50% conversion rates. But when it comes to mutual funds and the stocks, awareness is very low and the conversion rates are a mere 27%. That's a primary reason of women not being active investors in these two options. Next slide. One of the major hurdle for women in investing is that they think they do not have much knowledge about investing, which almost half of the women think so. 1 in 3 women think they do not have enough money to invest, and investment is only for the rich, which is a misconception. But now we are seeing a healthy rise in financial discussions in family and social circles among women. 82% of the women discuss about money and investment. 1 in every 2 women starts investing when nudged in social circles or family, and similar number of women consume financial content via the online applications. In short, women can inspire women to invest. Next slide. So after that, we did a need gap analysis of the situation. We have found out that in our primary and secondary research, rural and informal sector women are not always cash surplus. In rural areas, women have a very good amount of disposable income in the harvest season, but in the lean season, earnings go mostly towards the family needs. Also, certain times women have personal needs like functions, weddings, etc. Hence, we propose to have a planned holiday SIP plan where women will invest for the first 6 or the 8 months and the other months will be a holiday. This will create a discipline of investment as well as meet the needs. Next slide.
So after analyzing the previous data from the past 10 years, we got to know that the AUM growth for women, if it is continuing in the current trend, so in the current trend, the market will reach 21.5 trillion of AUM by 2032. And if we have an ambitious growth target, then we'll have a growth till $27.8 trillion rupees. In the number of investors, will go to 189 lakh. Only the women investors will go to 189 lakh if in the current trend, and if we have an ambitious trend, then 287 lakh. So we should take initiative to realize our ambitious growth target. Next slide, please. Okay, so now let us look at the growth drivers for increasing women's formal investments. So Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, which has created a lot of accounts and it is targeted towards financial inclusion, is one of the growth drivers. Then increased participation of women in workforce. So as we can see currently, there are a lot of women in leadership positions and the growth trend is on the higher side. Then the change in societal attitude towards women and the improved access to educational resources of mutual funds and other financial educational resources. Next slide, please.
Let us look at how we can bring the idea of mutual funds to every household. For this, we suggest multi-level marketing. Multi-level marketing is the practice of selling goods or services through on behalf of the company, and then the person earns commission on the basis of their referrals and the people who join the chain of referrals. In this case, we have, say, a company which has a frontline referee, and then it is propagated to next persons. This is a classic example of a word of mouth marketing. Here, one of the famous examples of companies is Tupperware, which started its operations in India in 1996. It had a three-piece strategy wherein it focused on the product, the party plan, and people. The party plan was essentially women meeting each other in kitty party and telling about how good the product Tupperware is. This helped it gained fast recognition, and the company expanded its operations to more than 35 cities in the next 6 years. Now we can see how we can use the multi-level marketing strategy to have a differentiated approach for each of the consumer segments. In case of Proficient Prapti, we propose the product of lump sum and SIP. Here, the party plan or the way to socialize would be informal social and corporate gatherings as well as breaks. The people she can refer to are her college mates and friends. In case of Smart Sudha, she can meet people in kitty parties and family get-togethers. The people she would be referring to would be friends and family members of existing mutual fund investors. In case of Iravati, who is an informal sector worker, we propose an SIP with a planned holiday as the product for investment. Here, she will socialize with people of self-help groups and in community meetings to refer them to the benefits of mutual funds.
So as we know that education of mutual funds towards women is a very lacking factor. So we have designed two strategies for urban and for rural. So for the urban strategy to educate women, we use variety of education methods such as online courses, webinars, workshops. Then we'll encourage participation and engagement. So they can ask questions on social platforms, discussions, and opportunities for handhold learning. Then leveraging use of technology. So online resources such as websites, apps and social media. Then connect with financial advisors. So as we know that there's a very lack of education of finance in the society. So we can help them connect to advisors to help them reach their goals and achieve the proper risk targets. Next slide, please. So now looking at the educational strategy for women, then we can partner with local organizations. This is because it is very difficult to reach the rural women. And due to this, we can partner with the local organizations to help them recognize the use of mutual funds. Then use of simple language and examples. So mutual funds are very complex to understand and they are very technical. So we can use simple language. Then visual aids and demonstrations. Visual aids such as charts, graphs, and videos can be used. Then offering ongoing support and follow-up. So once the person buys a mutual fund, only for women, they can have special people who can be advising them to know what kind of risks are involved in this investment. Next slide, please. Now, strategies for the mutual fund companies. So this change will start from AMFI and then slowly it will move towards mutual fund companies. So for the mutual fund companies, we can have a culture of inclusion that attracts women who can give solutions for the women investors. Then enabling advisors to act as financial coaches. Then developing data and analytical capability to understand the needs of women. Then giving advisors the skill to deliver optimal experiences to female investors. Next slide, please.
5 more minutes to go.
Now let us look at the strategies for AMFI. So AMFI can introduce an award for a best mutual fund in the women's category. We plan to give different weightages to different segments, wherein number of investors, then contribution of women to the total AUM, then the gender diversity within the company, and then the women-specific initiatives. These can be given weightage as shown in the slide. Then, next slide, please. Then strategies for AMFI. How AMFI can lead the way in driving change. So this whole process will start from AMFI. So AMFI can create an educational platform. They can have marketing campaigns like the campaign similar to the one which was a very famous campaign, mutual fund sahi hai. There can be something especially for women. We have made an ad campaign for women in the next slide. So the other things that can be done for is helpline and chatbot that caters to women investors. Then recognition to companies and create an advisory policy of documentation outlining how there can be the growth can be done for women. Next slide, please. So let us look at the sample ad.
When a woman makes an investment, she does it with all her heart. Like the healthy meals she prepares for loved ones, at work, she puts all her heart into it. A constant juggling between work life and home. As a mother, wife, daughter, or sister, you expect no return on these investments. But whatever stage of your professional or personal life you are in, when you make a financial investment, it should be with expectations of meeting your goals. After all, good investment means the power to play your every role confidently. So here's to every woman. Invest in mutual funds in a systematic manner which may help you meet your financial goals. After all, you too deserve the surety and dependability you bring into other people's lives. More women power to you. All mutual fund investors have to go through a one-time KYC process and deal only with registered mutual funds. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risk. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
So now let us look at the calculations we did to estimate the market potential of women. Can you please hold? Okay. So what we did is that we took the past record for the 10 years, AUM in crores, and we had got the AUM for women in crores from the document. So projecting this to the next 10 years and taking a rational growth rate, which is the current growth rate. That is also very high because the shift in women growth rate is very high for the current period. Can you move towards the right? So as we can see for the rational phase, the total AUM contribution of women will be 20.29%, and the total women who will be investing will be 16.11% of the total people who will be investing. Then now let us look at the ambitious growth for the ambitious targets. So for the ambitious target, we'll be having 26.19% of the total AUM that will be contributed by women, and 24.52% of the total investors will be women by 2032. Thank you. We are open to questions.
Thank you, and fantastic presentation, Shamali, Mahesh, and Hitesh. I loved your audio visual which you created for the campaign. It has captured the essence what we intend to do. Kudos for the commitment and the passion. And few things you mentioned are very interesting piece, whether it is a MLM piece or like, how we can, and I loved that inspire women and impart the education. That's a better way to educate, it's a to inspire. Fabulous. And urban rural divide and what we need to do it. I mean, and yeah, broadly looks for me, sometimes it's a bit of academic. If I go deeper, I have to get this done. I mean, how do I, it's like getting them converted, like some numbers you have thrown there. And, but if on the product strategy, which you are talking, what exactly the product strategy we need to use from the mutual fund space to getting more women invested or interested? Anyone of you can take the question. What could be the product strategy?
So for the rural segment or the informal segment, we found out that there are from the 12 months, there are not more than 8 or 6 months where they are cash surplus. And for the rest 4 or 6 months, either in the rural economy, there is no harvest period that time, or maybe they do have some personal commitments like weddings in the immediate family, etc. So, but the current plans in SIPs are that you have to invest in the fixed 12 months, or you can do lump sum investment, but there is no discipline created. So if we have a plan that you invest in 6 months or 8 months, the discipline will be created, and also the need that the women are having, that will also be met. That was one of the product that we thought for the informal sector and the rural.
And coming back, one strategy which you talk about this Tupperware, I mean, that is a physical product. It is a tangible. Here it is an intangible. And if you adapt that, it's a good you have thought of it, and it's fantastic to look at. I mean, like I appreciate, you put for whether it is a Smart Sudha or for industry SI Ravati in a different way. But are you confident that it will work for the intangible product on MLM kind?
So today we see that there are many applications like even a Paytm or Google Pay who also have a referral program, and people tend to send invites to their friends and nearby family members. So it's that both members get some benefit out of it. So if we have a incentive, a monetary incentive linked to it, it is possible that people will go out of their way and encourage people to invest more.
Good show, and thanks for that. And probably I'll also take back something from your presentation is the MLM of Tupperware three piece. Which you spoke about product, party, and people. Probably I'll replace with for the women. It is a family, finance, and future. Are their financial conversations the triple F for them? Probably that's a good one. And all the best to you. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Overall, a very good presentation, good understanding and efforts. Like the way you all went deeper into, defining of your marketing strategies and even executing some of them. So, overall, I would say it's you had that understanding. I was missing a little bit more of your product when you said like a one-time SIP or a lump sum SIP. So, and then you say for the two of them it was a lump sum SIP and addressed at that. So it's already there. I mean, you have lump sum SIP, you have monthly SIP. You can do it with stops, and SIP does not mean that you have to put every month. You can you can do it few months, and you can even stop it for some time. You can do it. So it is again there. So a little bit more thought on the product where it would stem from what is the need for the women? What is it that they're looking for? They're looking for security. They're looking for, say event-based, as you were thinking about. So how can we design some products there, and how can we go deeper? You spoke about the Jandan account holders. That's good. That's an important aspect that one can look at. But we would have been happy to see a little bit more of what you would do around the Jandan account holders. Now, how do we get them to involve? There are big numbers, and they can be, as you say, they can be motivated to get it, but they can be what is it that can be done? Yes, agree with your Rao Saab. There's a bit of a difference between MLM and commission on referral. They are very two different, because on an MLM it keeps flowing right up to the end, and therefore the commissions margins are extremely tough for these to be done. It's a regulated business. It's a SEBI regulated business, so you cannot keep having different layers flowing right up to the edge. So it will be more like a commission on referral, but I'm not sure whether MLM as a concept works on a regulated business.
So in case of Tupperware, what they did is they restricted the MLM to 3 levels. So we can look into such an option as well.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, you're right. Initially, it was not restricted, but then when it went haywire, they started restricting it to 3 levels. Yeah, it did.
Yes.
Yeah, it can be thought, but yes, thought is good, but maybe one needs to work a little bit more as to what are the dynamics and of how it can be actually made, implemented. Thank you. Nice presentation, and all the very best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Shri, over to you.
Yeah. Hi. I too like the presentation. It was good and well thought through, and my thoughts are same as the other two judges also. The main thing is, the MLM part, again, we'll come back to it, and I agree with Vishy here, because it's a highly regulated business. SEBI controls the commission that is paid to distributors. There's a cap on everything, on the overall fees that can be charged by mutual funds. There are commissions and trail commissions, and each and every number is very closely monitored by SEBI. So I don't even know how you will do this, multi-level marketing into mutual funds. I don't even know if that will work. You just put that thing, whether this kind of incentives can flow. SEBI will be scrutinizing very closely, and I'm not sure if that will be allowed also, but interesting idea anyway. And also, what I'd like to point out is that you've painted all mutual funds with just one brush. When you put that returns on FD and gold and all, you said mutual fund 20%. Yeah, where did you get that from? CAGR of 20%.
Ma'am, actually, it is different for all the funds. Like some funds give 13-14%, some give
Exactly.
20-25. So
Hmm.
that's why we given a bandwidth of 14 to 20%. But we have clearly mentioned that it is subject to market risk.
No, that's what. So there are funds and there are funds, different kinds of
Yes.
funds, debt funds, equity funds, hybrid, thematic, so on. So each one. So when you tailor the solutions for the women, you said mutual funds should tailor specific solutions for women. So which funds do you suggest for women? What should be
Yeah.
suggested for them?
Can you go to the goal? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so
Jitesh.
I would like to take up this question. So for the woman, I would suggest a hybrid fund wherein like the investment can be catered according to the risk factors in gold, in bonds, and in equity. Wherein due to the investment in gold, the risk factor will come around the medium factor, and like there will not be a lot of exposure in equity as like the market is very volatile nowadays. So that is a product that we had thought of. We did not put it here because these kind of schemes are already available, and like to generate a different like the different risk factors of each like of different equity percentages would have been difficult. So we had thought of it, but so we need to educate. Like we can have investment in gold, and we can tell like we can market it to women as that we will be investing in gold. So you don't need to invest in gold as there's a lot of investment in gold.
You're
So
talking
that is
about a fund that invests in gold and
yes,
other
yes, there is
equity
there are
and
funds.
everything.
Yes,
No, you're talking about your multi-asset fund.
multi-asset.
You're talking about that being the solution for
Yes.
all
Yeah.
women categories you're talking about here.
Yes, for the for the especially the women who are very risk averse, who do not like to take a lot of risk, and as we know, they are investing for the family needs, so they'll be very cautious about the risks.
What about the women who want to take risks?
Yeah. I would like to take the question. So there are majorly 4 reasons why women invest. Family and children being the most primary reason. Then comes their personal needs, and last one comes the emergency fund. So for the emergency fund, there will be more focus on the goal-based or low risk options or the funds. And then for the long-term ones like the children or the healthcare plans, etc. Like so that can be somewhat more linked to equity. So that way we were thinking of.
Okay, so I'd just like to suggest that you people go back and read up a little bit more about the mutual fund categories that are, okay? And there's a lot of information out there about what kind of mutual funds are there and what it is, who it is suitable for, who should go for it. And you could have built that into your presentation as well. But yeah, just go back and do a little bit more reading on that part of it. Yeah. Otherwise, it was a good presentation. I liked it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mahesh, Jitesh, Shamli. Thank you for your participation. Right. All the best to you.
All the best.
Yeah.
All the best.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You may log off now.
Bye.
Thank you, team. I now invite Team 6 to present the case solution.
Hello, Board of Governors. I am the CEO of Association of Mutual Funds in India, and we have with us our Chief Marketing Officer, Mr. Utkarsh Chaudhary, and our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Aditya Agrawal, and we are going to assess a new segment that we are catering to target in the coming days, that is the women investors in India. So the growing power of women in investments. Women generally have a higher propensity to save. It is traditionally inbuilt in them. We usually see that the men are more spendthrift. They tend to invest their money or spend their money in a lot of things. Women, on the other hand, they try to save a lot of money. And with increasing literacy and the financial independence these days, women are spending and investing their money much more wisely. But the thing is that they're investing in such platforms which have lower risk. And in finance, we have a term called as the risk is proportional to returns. Their much investments goes into FDs or golds or real estates, but they generate a lesser return. So here we have collected the data of the percentage of female workforce in India. It hovers somewhat around a range of 22% to around 34%. This is the percentage of female workforce in India. With the growing number of female workforces in the corporate sectors and all other sectors, the saving propensity is increasing, and their value in which they're investing, like those FDs or stocks and everything, that is going to increase in the coming days. So what is the potential shift of women investors towards the mutual funds? The increase in financial literacy, the shift in attitude towards women in workforce, and available of much more customized investment products. Women's tend to take lesser risk, so they don't try to invest much more in stocks which have a higher risk compared to all other portfolios. On the other hand, the women in the urban segment, they try to invest more in the stocks and in cryptos, in other things, but in the rural segment they tend to play it safer and invest in FDs and golds. Gold is usually a substitute for recession. Like in recession, the prices of golds do better, so they try to invest in those sectors. So why mutual funds are better for women? Mutual funds have a diverse portfolio of investment that allow for a potential for long-term growth with limited risk-tailored investment product. Mutual funds also provide professional money management, which can reduce the need for in-depth knowledge of markets. Mutual funds often have lower minimums than other investments and also offer the tax benefits. So this was a survey conducted by the Economic Times during the COVID-19 pandemic. 44% of women created a financial plan, 45% reduced the spending, 8% revenge the spending, 32% educated themselves on personal finance, and 22% started investing for the first time, 23% started investing more than before, and 40% increased savings. So this indicates that women are becoming much more sensitive towards saving their money wisely. 40% of women improved saving, 45% cut spending on COVID. So it was also found that women perform better in mutual funds compared to men. 15% of the total portfolio of women investors are in mutual funds compared to 12% against men. Women are much more disciplined investors than men. The study showed that 13% more regular women than men continued their SIPs. A survey conducted by Grow, which is a stock management platform, shows that young women investors in the age group of 18 to 25 are 3 times more likely to choose a high risk, high return asset class over the traditional investment options, which is much more prominent in the higher ages, the ages above 30. So how can we tap into the traditional investment from by mutual funds? So we can do it by 2 ways, that is direct investment and indirect investment. In direct investment, mutual funds can purchase physical gold or fixed deposit directly from banks. And in the indirect investment, they can invest in golds or FDs. The thing is that in the indirect investment, we don't get the direct risk associated with the golds, and we rather do it through a forum. So now I would like to invite our Chief Marketing Officer, Mr. Utkarsh, to talk about the product strategy.
Thank you, Sarthak. So we have decided, in order to capture the shift of women investors towards mutual fund in the next decade, our first step is to develop product strategies that are tailored to the needs of female investors. One such strategy is creation of mutual fund products that will have a higher focus on social and environmental impact. Women investors have consistently shown an inclination towards investments that benefit society, and mutual fund products that focus on such investments provides a safe and profitable way for them to do. Another strategy is creation of mutual fund products that will focus on gender-specific investment goals. For example, mutual funds that focus on women's health education, and other equality-focused goals can be tailored to female investors and provide them with an avenue to invest in issues that they care about. Our final strategy is creation of mutual funds that will offer lower fees and more transparency can also be beneficial for female investors. Lower fees make mutual funds more affordable to women, and greater transparency helps to build trust in the products. Now, after the product strategy, our second step is capturing the shift of women investors towards mutual fund in the next decade through marketing strategies that targets specifically women. One of the key marketing strategies that we have to focus on is increasing the visibility of women in the industry. This could include initiatives such as increasing the number of female fund managers and investing in programs that mentor female investors. Increasing the visibility of successful women investors will not only help them create role models for other women, but will also help to build trust in the industry and our products. Another key marketing strategy is to focus on educating women about their investing options. This could include initiatives such as launching campaigns that focus on benefits of investment in mutual funds or providing resources and advice to help women make informed investment decisions. Additionally, creating a network of female investors can also be beneficial. This can be done by creating online forums of communicate or communities where women can interact and share investment ideas and advice. Finally, it is important to create marketing campaigns that target specific demographics of female investors. For example, campaigns can be tailored to young women, single mothers, and other groups of women who may have specific investment needs. Next slide, please, Sarthak. So, as we all know, the market is divided into two segments, the urban segment and the rural segment. So, in order to be successful in both the segments, we need to understand the different characteristics of these two very different markets and then tailoring our strategies to meet the needs of both. We did an in-depth understanding of the local culture, economics, and investment preferences of both urban and rural markets. In urban markets, investors tend to be more sophisticated than their rural counterparts. They have greater access to information and more likely to be aware of the latest financial trends. As such, these investors are more likely to favor investments that promise higher returns or exciting new opportunities. We must understand what type of investment these urban investors are seeking and tailor our strategies accordingly. In rural markets, investors tend to be more conservative in their investment choices. They are more likely to prefer investments that offer lower risk and more stable revenues. We must understand the local dynamics of rural market and develop strategies that cater to these investors' needs. Another important factor is that we have considered while developing a mutual fund strategy for both urban and rural market is the availability of local investments. In urban markets, investors may access to a wide range of investment than those in rural market. This could include investment in stock, bonds, and other securities that are not available in rural areas. We must take into account the different types of investment available in each market and create strategies that can meet the needs of both of them. So for marketing strategy of both urban and rural, we have decided for urban, we will do email campaigns and frequent articles that will highlight the type of mutual funds, their risk and return. Another thing in urban would be TV commercials and social media advertising, social media marketing, which is trending nowadays. And podcasts and news posts about successful mutual funds for women investors, highlighting their investment journey, can also be helpful to gain more women investors. In rural areas, we can partnership with NGOs and women SHGs to educate rural women masses about mutual funds. Having rural investment formation center to guide and nurture amateurs can also be very helpful in gaining more investors. We can also distribute brochures and leaflets to provide them the prerequisite knowledge before investing. So, at last, I would like to say in order to capture the shift of women investors towards mutual funds in the next decade requires robust product and marketing strategies that are tailored to the unique needs of female investors. We must also be able to differentiate our strategies between urban and rural market in order to be successful.
So right now, I would like to invite our Chief Financial Officer to do the financial analysis of the given segment.
Thank you, Sarthak. So I would be doing the financial analysis of the case and explaining you the various numbers related to the data in the case. We have conducted various primary and secondary data and has found that there is huge potential and growth for women investors in mutual fund. Survey by Scriptbox also showed that there is increase in the participation of women in formal asset. The most preferred choice of investment being mutual fund, which is ranging around 22%. It also found out that 70% of the women have started actively managing their own money in 2022 in their own or with the help of spouse compared to 60% in 2021. The total number of Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana account on August this year 2022 was 46.3 crore, out of which women account for 55%. The rural and semi-urban area account for 66%, and this number indicates a 200% increase compared to year 2015. There is also average increase per account amounting to rupees 3,761 in 2022, which represent over 3 times increase compared to 2015. The data that has been published by CAMS, the Computer Age Management Services, shows that the women investor base has increased to 55 lakhs from 17 lakhs in 2017. In the year 2005 and 6, only 15% women had accounts in the bank, and this number had increased to 80% in 2019 to 2021, which has resulted in increase in participation of women in household decision making from 76% in 2005 to 89% in 2022. This further led to increase in ownership of land by women around 12.5% and increase in their health priorities, which is a very positive sign for any country. The total number of mutual fund folio is around 140 lakh, out of which women accounts for 55 lakh. That roughly accounts for 40%. The age group of women in the age range of 36 to 50 years accounts for largest proportion of share.
5 minutes left.
Which is around 36%. The women's investor AUM grew by 98,000 CR in 2017 to 4.5 trillion in 2022, with compounded annual growth rate of 43%. While we analyzed the asset class preference of women, it showed that around 76% of the women investors have exposure to equity share, 6% to non-equity share, and around 18% to both of them, which indicates that women are keener on taking ownership and are not afraid of taking risk while investing in any portfolio. Of the 55 lakh investor base, 19 lakh women have made investment in 2021, which accounts for 35%, similar when compared to men, which account for 36%. The gross inflow from equity increased from 60 CR in 2017 to 1.02 lakh crore in 2021, with 14% CAGR compared to non-equity, which had CAGR of 8%. The gross inflow pattern included two types. The first is lump sum payment, which accounted for 86%, and SIP, known as Systematic Investment Plan, which accounted for 14%. The average ticket size for lump sum accounted for rupees 62,000, and SIP accounted for rupees 3,482. From our allocated budget, we can spend 60% on rural segment and 40% in the urban segment for our marketing strategies. We can reduce the expense ratio from 1% to 0.5%. The expense ratio is basically the ratio of investment that goes towards fund expenses. So for women so that we can make this sector a lucrative sector for women and encourage women to invest in the mutual fund. So if we see our overall picture, the prospects look bright in the future and we should make the most use of it. So I would like to conclude by saying that it is high time that the stereotype about matters of the wallet being a man's responsibility gets shattered, and women also step forward and take the charge of it. So thank you. So I would like, if you have any questions, we can go ahead with that.
Thank you so much, Sarthak, Aditya, and Utkarsh. It's a good presentation. I mean, probably, some of this data's repetition could have been avoided and gone straight on the focus on the content, those 5 questions. Of course, you covered in between bit. But one question I'll ask what Aditya said a while ago on Jan Dhan. I want an answer from the CMO. The Utkarsh, you can answer for what your CFO's comment is. The Jandan can be captured for getting the women investors. And how do I convert if you are a CMO and if your pitch is I have to make Jandan to Jan Nivesh into mutual funds? What is your strategy?
So basically, first we need to make sure that my marketing strategies are all applied. As after our marketing strategies are all applied, this could lead to we can convert the Jan into Jan Nivesh easily, as more women will be aware of the of mutual funds and they will start investing. They'll start investing knowing that it is a good option for them instead of gold and FDs.
Okay. Thank you. And this question is initially when Sarthak, when you spoke about the potential shift which is happening because of few pillars, you spoke about financial literacy, women and the workforce, and then like in such scenario, if I have to have the educating women, how do you, is there is anything you thought of while discussing to prepare for this case study? What kind of education we need to give it to women, which is different from what is happening now?
Sir, basically, how in the I will be first talking about the urban segment. Basically, what women's do is that they basically try to consult from their family members who are well educated, or they try to get it from their peers or read from journals. So the thing is that they don't get enough guidance. So what we can do is that provide them regular assistance through providing them newsletters or emails from our side, educating them about the various benefits of investing in mutual funds. Because the thing is that when they talk about their family members or the male members specifically, they tend to be more risk taking. So that's why they would suggest them to take part in to invest their portfolios much more in stocks, or if they go to their parents, those who are like more of like from the previous generation, they would think that these are a waste of money, so we must invest in things like golds and real estates. So that's why we can provide them with emails. We can also have some workshop in various financial institutions like the colleges and all, so that they can get a proper guidance about what is the benefit when they invest in mutual funds. And if we talk about the rural segment, they try to invest certain sum of their money in FDs and certificates of deposits and all of that. They have a very limited knowledge about financial literacy. So what we can do is we can conduct some sessions, or like in panchayats, we can have some sessions arranged by the gram panchayat where we can educate the women masses about the mutual funds. We can give them a little bit of financial literacy by taking help from the local schools or the government schools out there.
Thank you so much, Sarthak, and over to Vishy sir. Thanks for those answers. All the best.
Thank you, Rasa. So overall, yes, you tried covering all the areas, but as I think Rasa has already mentioned, I think 50% of your presentation was on repeating the CAMS report, which is you could have avoided that. We only gave you the CAMS report, so we didn't need to know what was there on the CAMS report. So that was that possibly didn't let you get deeper into the practical aspect of your strategies. I found some of your strategies being more theoretical, that we should increase this, we should increase awareness, we should do this, which is fine. I mean, that's what we need to do. But some smart strategies as to how to do it would have given us some ideas on that, because the whole point is, first of all, you got it wrong. You are not supposed to be the CEOs and CEOs of mutual fund association. You are supposed to be the of a consulting company which is advising the mutual fund association. So anyway, so you have to tell them that what are those few, need not be 20 different things, but it is just few very sharp focused things which they can actually implement, and that would make a difference, because they see there are a lot of things. I mean, again, mutual fund is not a government organization. It will not be like a Jandan where the government will put their entire machinery behind it to support it and start taking it to each and every places. So we have to focus and choose what we can do, what can be supported by the returns and profits come out of the investments. So I would like you to look at some few more focused approaches or focused strategies. This is what I felt about. But otherwise, yes, you covered good style of presentation. Everything was fine. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good effort, guys. Thanks for putting in all the effort. And one thing I'd like to ask you, the first question in the task, assess how big can be the potential shift of women investors towards mutual fund in the next decade. Have you answered that?
Yes, ma'am. It is covered in our slide that like the potential shift would be depending upon the three things: that assessment of the financial literacy, that is growing financial literacy. Second is the increasing amount of women workforce in the corporate and the government sector, and the third one is the attitude that the women are developing these days by taking higher risk compared to the previous generations.
No, but have you put a number to it? It's going to increase from here to by 2032. What's going to be the number? What's the percentage of AUM and number of investors? Have you got a number there?
No, ma'am, we didn't have a number.
You didn't do the calculation. Yeah, okay. There was one slide on direct and indirect investing. Got a little confused there. Can you just go back to that and tell me what it was? You're
Yes,
telling
ma'am.
about mutual funds to invest in gold, something you were saying there.
Yes, ma'am. Just 1 minute. I'll share the slide. Just. Ma'am, this slide?
Yeah. Direct investment mutual funds can purchase physical gold or fixed deposits directly from bank. What do you mean by that?
Ma'am, actually, we misinterpreted it. That is the fund managers, they can invest in those mutual funds that target the gold and the fixed deposits. So we misinterpreted this line
Sorry,
actually.
fund managers will target mutual funds. No, what do you mean?
Ma'am, the mutual funds that target the gold and the fixed deposit segments.
Mutual funds put money in fixed deposits. Rao sir, you can correct me if I'm wrong if that happens. Then, okay. Indirect investment, what is that?
Ma'am,
Hello? Yeah.
We missed it somewhere over here.
Yeah, you got your concepts wrong here. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, okay, no problem. Yeah, so overall, yeah, you went through it and you tried to answer the questions. So can stop it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, guys. Thanks for taking the effort. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, team.
Thank you and all the best.
Thank you for participating.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good. All the best to all of you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You may log off now.
Thank you, team. I now invite Team 7 to present their case solution.
Okay, so good afternoon to everyone. Can you go back to first slide, Pratik? Yeah. So before starting our topic on popularizing mutual funds in women investors, I just want to state one thing that we have grown a lot and we have known how to earn money. Most of us know how to earn money, but the problem comes when we have to manage our money. There's been an technology going on, advancement of technology like cryptos, blockchain, but we are still, most of the people are still stuck at fixed deposit and recurring deposit. And there's a time much before where women imparting knowledge or education to women were a big issue for India. But right now we are seeing women are taking a huge forefront when running many mutual funds, just like Radhika Gupta, who is MD and CEO of Edelweiss Mutual Fund, and Lakshmi Iyer, who is CEO of Kotak Mutual Fund. and these women are running a huge impact on our mutual fund industry. So coming on to the market trend, what we experience right now. So because of pandemic, the pandemic has really changed the game, what we were. The active investors in stock market has increased up to 10 crore. This is in the span of 2 years, both CDSL and NSDL combined. And the market structure of mutual fund also has grown by a whopping of 13 million. So going on to the next slide, Pratik. So coming on to the survey of Times of India, nearly 76% of the respondents whom they have surveyed are the first-time investors, those who have come in this pandemic area, and 69% of them invest for less than a year. While investors who have been in stock market for like more than 5 years is just 5.7%. That shows us how people leave the market because they lose a lot of money. And even a survey from ET Money, who has been a most favorable one for most of the newer investors, takes data from Zerodha, HDFC mutual funds, and at least mutual fund. So, sir, the youngsters have increased a lot during the time of pandemic by 70%, while 36 and above are only 30%. So we want to target these newer customers, these newer investor, because they are curious. Everyone is curious to make money in stock market. Everyone is like 21 दिन में पैसा double scenario, but that doesn't happen in stock market. You have to learn a lot, and we want to drive these newer investors into the mutual fund where they could learn, they could discipline their life in investing industry, they could learn the power of compounding, and hence be there in stock market, be there in a disciplined way. In a long run, they can go into equities where they can implement their knowledge, what they have learned in this long span of time, and they can do direct funding. Next slides, Pratik will be taking over.
Yeah, so the first thing that becomes important is that how do we educate customers? How do we create awareness that mutual funds are an excellent option in order to protect your capital and grow your capital? When in comparison to the traditional methods of investment, which are FDs or golds. So coming to FDs, so we see that if you invest hundred rupees in FD versus 1 year fixed deposits, which you are renewing every year, you see the amount of growth that compounding can create even after this huge fall in 2020 because of the pandemic. You can see that the amount of growth that long-term compounding can create in a index fund is far greater than that can be created by an FD. And active mutual funds can create even better returns. So even if you compare mutual funds versus fixed deposits and their 5-year returns that a FD is offering versus the 5-year returns that Nifty is offering, you can see that the gap between the Nifty and between the 5-year FD rates is increasing. And this is bound to increase. As India develops, the rates are going to come down. If you look at developed countries, the rates for FDs are very minuscule, whereas the markets can offer excellent returns. So this is the primary thing that we have to convince customers about, that the FD rates are decreasing and they are going to decrease. Mutual funds offer far better returns, and that too without any lock-in period. So your money stays liquid and you also enjoy excellent returns. So how do we go about doing this? So one thing is that women are quite influenced by testimonials, especially rural women. So we think that testimonials by women investors is going to be an important thing that we can use in order to educate the customers. We also have to collaborate with rural bank employees in order to educate women on these kinds of financial products. The reason for this is that rural banks have excellent penetration in the rural areas. And hence, these rural bank employees who also have a good personal relationship with their customers can help and educate the customers about these kind of mutual fund resources. So moving on to what are the traditional options that people have. So other than FDs, which are convenient and safe and offer low returns, they are also taxed at the income tax slab rate. So say if you are a 30%, you come in the 30% tax bracket, you're an urban investor. Then the entire amount of money that you are earning as interest from your FDs is going to be taxed at the slab rate of 30%. So that is quite bad. Even the returns of FDs, which are already not that great, are brought down significantly due to the post-tax treatment. Next, we come to gold, which is one of the favorite investment avenues for women. Now, gold is an inflation hedge, and yes, the price of gold generally increases in the long run. But physical gold is very illiquid. It has high making charges, which are 5 to 20%. And then 3% of GST is also levied. And finally, they are prone to theft. Even some savvy investors, they might be investing in sovereign gold bonds, but sovereign gold bonds also have a huge lock-in period of 8 years. So instead of this, we have a solution that gold mutual funds have far lower expense ratio, just 0.18, that of HDFC, the one offered by HDFC AMC. And they are liquid and safe. If you want, you can easily sell the fund and get back the money. Debt mutual funds are also an excellent option for anyone who is looking to diversify beyond FDs. So they offer better returns at 9 to 10%, especially for medium term and long term funds. And after 3 years, they are taxed at 20% flat tax rate plus indexation benefits, which adds up to an excellent post-tax treatment compared to fixed deposits. So one thing we can do is that we can offer a hybrid product that has equity, gold, and debt funds in it. And the investor can choose the allocation to equity, gold, and debt funds based on their risk profile. So next, another problem that we observe is that the ticket size of mutual fund SIPs is quite high. So we checked that the SIPs for many direct plan mutual funds is also 500 to 1000. So we have checked from our secondary research that the surplus that a average rural household is generating is just 1413 rupees. So if it is very difficult to convince them to, set aside 500 or 1000 rupees for an SIP. So this ticket size, can it be reduced? Can it be reduced to something like 300 or maybe even 100 rupees? So that is the main question that we have to tackle. And what we think is that the solution is that we can ask the AMCs that below a certain threshold, you offer SIPs. But for such SIPs, you charge a slightly higher expense ratio. So the high returns from SIP are anyway going to make this change negligible for the investor. So we think that this is a good solution we can do in order to, tackle question 4, which was how to, bring women who are investing in these traditional investments into the mutual fund world and how to reduce the ticket size of investments. Next, Ajay will take over.
Okay, so we conducted a primary research to know about how people are thinking about the stock market and mutual fund. So we got a total 143 entries from the Google form. And first question we ask about the how do you got to know about the mutual fund? So most of the people know mutual fund from the TV advertisement and the friends and family. But the problem comes when in rural area, friends and family also don't know about the mutual fund. They are not investing into mutual fund. So that's why in rural area, only rural banks are there. And if we see 11% of the banks are influencing these people. So we can tie up with rural banks and increase this 11% into a much bigger number into the rural area. Also, we asked the second question, what do you think about the stock market? So we can see like around 39% of the people still thinks that stock market is a loss making machine or a gambling. So difference between gambling and loss making machine, 30% people thinks we can make money in stock market, but still it's a speculating or a gambling thing. So they don't even think like it's a proper better investment compared to other alternative options. So next. Okay, so in secondary data, we focused on the woman segment, who is our target audience, female investors. So as of now, from the secondary data in 2019-21 survey, around 80% of the women have an active bank account now, thanks to the government initiatives. And second thing is the women's investors asset under management growth is quite good, like a 43% CAGR in last 5 years. So it's already shifting. The woman investors growth is already is in act. So we need to capture that shift by capturing the rural area, especially, and also we will look into the urban women areas. Next. So as Ankit talked about how to educate customers about mutual fund, why it is a better option compared to the gold and FD. So assuming that now women investors are aware about the mutual fund, like they think like mutual fund is a better option. But now after the awareness part in ADA model, we need to get their interest, desire, and now they, after all, they will take action by investing in their money into the mutual fund. So to get their to generate the desire in mutual fund for female investors, I am introducing product and marketing strategies for rural and urban area. So first of all, let's see about the rural area, which also answers the second question. So product strategies for rural area is a joint plan. So normally in rural area, husband male investor only invest into the FD or mutual fund, whatever they are doing. Also only male have bank account in the FDs. But thanks to the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, and they introduced a joint bank account plan. So from that, woman bank accounts increased exponentially. So same thing we will implement for the SIP plan or mutual fund plan. In joint plan, we will also introduce some other benefits to gain the traction, like lower expense ratio if for the joint SIP or only female investors. And the second thing is the flexible withdrawal. In rural area, they in FD there is a lock-in period, right? So in flexible withdrawal, they can easily withdraw money from the mutual fund, but there is an exit load. So we can introduce a lower exit load for a joint SIP or only for a female investors. Other thing is, as Ankit said, a lower ticket size. So if in rural area it is uh, hard to like invest 50% of their disposable income into the mutual fund, so we can lower the ticket size of the SIP to 250 or 300 rupees per month. And second thing, coming to the marketing strategies, we can tie up with the rural Grameen banks to push our products, as our government did in the Ayushman Bharat Yojana. They pushed the insurance scheme Ayushman Bharat through the Grameen banks. So whenever a person goes to the rural bank to open a new bank account, they directly pitch the insurance product and compulsorily open the insurance account. So same way we will also tie up with the Grameen Bank, and also SBI has their own mutual fund, and they have a greater reach in every part of the country. Second thing, women are more sensitive about health, so we can pitch the idea about the like they can cover the future health expense as the same like insurance from the SIP returns. So so basically it will work like a similar to insurance. Whenever we are doing a TV advertisement, we can pitch the idea about the like we can do the testimonial like a woman's future health expenses got covered by the SIP returns that came from the past returns. So it will be helpful in the longer run. Second thing is the regular dividend in regular dividend income in the longer run. So any investors invest in the mutual fund in longer run, they will get a huge dividend income consistently. So it really works like a pension scheme. So from SIP scheme, we are pitching the insurance also. We are pitching the pension scheme. All things covered, like better than gold, better than FT, better than insurance, better than pension. So this is our idea. Next. So in urban area, there is a slight difference in product and marketing strategies. For example, in urban area, people are more educated. They use the smartphones. So Association of Mutual Fund of India (AMFI) can introduce a application which does the risk profiling based on the different customers risk. So female investor can easily download the app Urban Woman, and they can AMFI can list all the mutual funds that are available in the India in the one single application. So that will be a direct investment plan in that application. So based on the high risk, moderate risk, and low risk, we can pitch them a small and mid cap equity funds, blue chip, and debt and gold mutual funds. So in their application, we can also pitch the education videos, like how mutual fund is beneficial. So that it will be a combined application like Paytm for the mutual fund. And in urban women, they have a higher income, so we can pitch the ELSS tax saving tax saving mutual fund schemes, and for that we can also influence the government to change the policy. Currently under the ELSS 1 lakh can be saved. So for women investors, they can increase that slab to 1.5 lakh or 2 lakh under ATC. So something like that can be happen. And other thing is same joint plan benefits same like rural area, urban area. We can also pitch the idea about we can
5 minutes
you know. Okay, yeah. So lower expense ratio for the joint plan. And in marketing plan, Ankit will explain more in detail the social media, celebrities, and testimonials based on the different age segmentation. And established channels, we have in urban area we have already have banks who offer mutual funds, and the pitch the benefits of the, like I said about the gold, tax saving, then like pension scheme on a lower exit load. So these are the marketing strategy we will follow, and we will explain in detail. That will be explained by the Ankit.
Okay, so coming on to market segmentation, Jay and Pratik talked a brief about how to do. I'll be going on deep into that. So we got a graph from TDSL. So what we are doing is we are targeting 20 to 35 years because they are the one who has most number of investors. They are newest and highly active one, and they are really curious about making money. So these are the segment of people who lose a much amount of money and by actively participating in equities. So we want to drive those people into our mutual fund schemes. Second segment we are trying to gather is 36 to 50 years, which is 36%, which has contains the most highly paid investors, as Jay has talked, but they are all risk averse and they won't be having much time to do research on different stocks, but they would love to have a constant dividend payouts. We are not focusing on 51 to 60 years because this segment is much more primarily mother segment and their decisions are influenced by the lower two age group segments. Now, next slide, please. So, Jay talked a lot about those marketing strategies. Coming on to promotion strategies, we have urban in the left and rural in the right. Urban, I have divided into two age groups as per the demographics. So for age group 20 to 35, we'll take advantage of digital engrossment of people in social media, where influencers and YouTube channels play a lot of part. And for 36 to 50 years people, they generally believe in fact based, so they believe in testimonials, deeper knowledge on that, so we can bring about fintech influencers like bigger ones who can influence them, and mutual fund helplines what mutual fund really offer through news channels. Now there can be a little bit awkwardness when we go into the rural part, how Grameen banks we can implement through policy salesmen. Can you go on to next slide? So how do we promote mutual funds in rural banks? First is we have, let's take a rural bank like Andhra Pradesh Gramin Vikas Bank. For it, every Gramin bank has a sponsor bank. And for Andhra Pradesh, we have SBI as a sponsor bank. What SBI can do is they can train the staff members, provide banners, SIP structure, flexible one, what Jay talked about. So they can train the women salesmen, and these women salesmen, as because of their talk, a good communication nature with different women of rural area, they can explain fixed deposit rates. We don't want to distribute whole of their money into mutual funds. Have a balanced portfolio between fixed deposit and mutual fund. Provide testimonials and historical data how these nifty index funds have been growing much more rate than fixed deposit. Can you go to the next slide? Okay, so this would be told by Pratik.
Yeah, so we have done a guesstimate, an analysis of what can be the market that we can pitch to, and what is the kind of people, I mean, investors that might be coming into the market. So this is the first, addresses the first question as to what can be the potential reach of mutual funds. So if the Indian population is taken as 1.3 billion people, 48% of people are women in that, and the total Indian women comes out to be 66 to 4 million people. So we have divided that into age brackets based on a population pyramid that we have obtained. So based on this, we have then divided into the population. We have considered the population which is investing currently from this, and we have found out the total market of new investors, which comes out to be 43 million people. However, out of this, the total market of this is the total market of new and old investors who are there. However, from this, the total addressable market of new women investors is only going to be 31 crore. The reason for this is that the rest 12 crore are already investing in some form or another. We have divided this into the total addressable market of new women investors in the rural areas, which is 21 crores, total addressable market of new women in urban areas, which is 9 crores. The total market we can directly influence to invest is the ones that are talked by Ankit, which are 20 to 35 and 36 to 50 age groups. So these are the people who are having control over themselves. They are investing as per themselves. So we have put it into the rural areas and the urban areas.
Thanks a lot,
We take
guys.
a
I think
minute.
this is from all. So sorry for extending the time.
Go ahead.
Ankit, can you show the Excel?
Are you done?
Sir, actually, we have a Excel file for the guesstimate thing.
Just a second. Just a second. Here. So after doing that analysis, we have also done a comparison with China, USA, and Japan, just to show what can be the realistic potential market. Uh, the growth can be a 4%, 23% according to USA, 4% from China, and 10% from Japan. So from this total addressable market of new women investors, we convert 4%, we can get 1.25 crore women investors. 23%, if the conversion is, then 7.2 crore people can be converted. And if around 10%, which I think is the most reasonable one, then around 3.13 crore new women investors can come into the market of mutual. Yeah, that's all from our end.
What is the final number you said?
Yeah, the final number, what I think, in after doing a comparable analysis with Japan, is 3.13 crore people. So if we consider that 10% of the addressable market size can be converted, then around 3.13 crore more women investors can be reached. And this is a very conservative estimate because Japan is a far more conservative country than we are. I would say something closer to that of USA, around 7.2 crore new women investors is a more likely number. But we have put the numbers here just to look at like a pessimistic, optimistic, and a base case.
Okay, you can close then. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks, Ankit, Jay, and Pratik. It's a little longer presentation. Probably, it could have been more concise and precise because a lot of data packets you could have avoided and you could have gone straight. And some of them you got an in-depth analysis, some you've gone with the data repetition. However, some of the suggestions were very interesting too. And I have only a couple of questions to ask. The last, I'll come with the last question first. Is last thing which Pratik was talking about. If I get my potential shift of 3 crores, probably I can't compare with which country, and because the educational stuff and demographics and the income earning in our country is very different from anyone. And probably the best way to look at is the surplus income available with the people and who are the number of people who have potential surplus and they can get converted. Then that can give broad number, if not anything. That's a suggestion only. And I've seen Jay and Ankit, both of you spoke a lot about the segmentations, it's and the marketing strategies. And one question I would like to ask is, do we need to have a different content strategy for educating women?
Okay, so
Sir,
actually, yeah, in rural area, what happens like whatever we are tying up with Grameen banks, right? So one person in each Grameen bank or a rural bank will pitch the idea of the SIP during the new bank account opening or anything when the person comes to the bank, so that they can arrange a kind of education program once in a month or once in a 2 months, because that person knows the rural language. They know the like people from that area. They can be a that person can be a clerk also, or who knows little bit about the how mutual fund works. So, and second thing, I talked about the AMFI application, mobile application, which will have educational videos in different languages throughout all Indian languages covered, so that we can address.
adding on to that, women are also more prone to do savings a lot than men. So giving them a different content, like more towards saving part and a little bit risk averse, can be a better benefit for us. And that differentiates between men and women.
One final difference I would like to add on to Ankit's statement is that men are, as like Ankit introduced, was like a 21 days mein paisa double. Somewhat that appeals a little more to the male mindset, I think. In the women, on the other hand, are a little bit more conservative. And so if we make ads, then we can pitch it in a way that ki, it's good for your children's future education or for your health needs. So in that way, that kind of will appeal more to women because women are more conservative. It's not like 21 days where you don't want, that sounds suspicious. The radar of women will, get triggered. So instead, pitch it in a more conservative way. It's good for your children, good for your future health needs in that way.
Thanks, Pratik. Probably even for men, you don't need to generalize that all of us are speculative. I am one of the most conservative investors, though I'm in the market for the last 30 years. Okay. And all the best and over to Vishy, sir.
Yeah, I think, yeah. So, yes, there's general perceptions. Perceptions are changing pretty fast. So I've seen a lot of very aggressive women investors who actually tell me that, oh, you are so conservative. Why don't you invest? So that's also happening. Yeah. So a good analysis and presentation. I think yes, as Rao Saab mentioned that you could have some of the data points. I mean, we had those data points, so you could have just concised them so that you get more time to explain the concept. I have just one a little overall observation was that while you're talking women, all your strategies were generic. For instance, if you take a strategy which said lower the say ticket size, you lower the ticket size, it is applicable for both men and women. It's not specific for women. It will be a good that if you lower the ticket size, you will get better penetration for men and women both in rural areas compared to urban areas. So like that, I was trying to say what is specific to this. For instance, you say that the women are more safety oriented. They want their capital protected, whereas men are not so this word. So some of those strategies, yes, directed towards women. But I found a lot of your things was very generic to both. It would overall increase the penetration of mutual funds. Your strategies were for overall increase of penetration of mutual fund, not so much specific to women. That's what was one. I was just looking for very, very specific strategies, but that's something I was missing. Maybe you need to tweak a little and see how one can get specific strategies.
Yes, sir. So basically, my production strategies in lowering the ticket size and lowering the expense ratio was for the rural or urban joint SIP plan, where a woman investor is the part of the plan, or a single female investor. So for that only, we can pitch that idea about the lower exit, lower expense ratio, lower ticket size only. So that's why rural male investor will include his wife into the joint as well. Same like the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, our joint FD plan. Same thing goes here. So it is not generalized.
Yeah. So what happens is that it's for women it is okay, but a joint does not mean the money from the lady comes in. I mean, the man will put his money with a woman's name in it. That does not make it their investment coming in.
Yes.
If you have to channel their investment, you have to see how the women are earning and how to get their women's money. And the whole point here is that if the women can invest independently, can invest their monies where they have access to it. Again, if they put their money with the husband, then anyway it is one together, which is, I don't know, in rural areas especially, they might never see that money back again. So that's a very different thing. So that's why I was looking at how to get the women to become savvy, independent investors. And only then in the long term, it would be a large chunk of investors who we can really go after. That was my little bit of observation, but good, Jim. You'll have thought over it. I thought it was overall penetration strategies were good. Little bit of tweak towards women would have been better. Yeah, over to you, Lakesh.
Okay.
Yeah. I also like the presentation that you guys did. Very well thought through. I think you thought through all the questions very well and very in-depth solutions you came up with for everything. So well done on that score. I really liked it. But some of them, I think it was a little academic. I don't know whether they thought about the practical angle, because you're saying reduce the exit load and reduce the expense ratio and all that. If a rural customer who's just trying to understand mutual fund or wary of it, are they going to really understand the expense ratio and exit load? And will this really make a difference to their investment? Because a very small percentage, right? So how are you going to convince a rural customer that a rural woman to come and invest because they're getting a lower expense ratio? Can you answer that? Huh?
Yeah, that's ma'am where we tie up with Grameen banks, where the sponsor bank can train the saleswoman.
No, but they won't have a convincing argument, is what I'm saying, because the difference is very small. And number two, how will the mutual fund sustain? Because they run their business based on expense ratios. You tell them to get additional customer base with a lower expense and all that. So that's a little unfeasible. I don't know. What do you think?
No, very true. I think just to give you, there are a lot of banks today. There are this insurance and what that is being offered for on the Jan Dhan Bank account. The banks are not going after them because they feel their returns from those small customers is so low, it is not worth going after them. So bank doesn't want to go after them. They said, I will go after those large chunky customers. I don't want to spend my efforts there. So even though what the banks are doing, they have appointed what is called the bank mitras. They are like agents of the bank in the heart of the village, and whatever they can do, they do. Banks don't go anywhere there, and they are independent, agents and things like that. So you're very right. Why would the mutual funds go after lower?
Yeah. And also in one place, I think you're saying the tax breaks can be increased. Now you're telling the center to do it. The ETC one. It was nice to hear all that. Yeah. You want to?
Actually, we're not asking the center to do anything. The tax scheming of debt funds is such that when you invest for 3 years in a debt mutual fund, then you are charged at a flat tax rate of 20% with indexation benefit. This is already there in the income tax
I
act. We are
know.
not changing anything. We're simply pitching it as something,
No. Another
that is.
person, someone else said that ELS as ATC, let it go from 1 lakh to 1.5. One of you mentioned it, someone there.
Yes, ma'am. So basically,
Yeah,
it's
so that's what
same
I'm
for
talking
the
about.
male and female investors. It's the
Yeah,
same
so female,
slab
it can
going on.
go up. Huh?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's what I like it. No, I like the fact that you're giving proposals to the central government and all that. But yeah, whether it'll be done or not. No, it's fine. Your suggestions that's well taken. But one thing, another proposal was that there should be allocation in the mutual fund to equity, gold, and so on. And depending on the risk profile, they should choose the allocation. I don't think mutual funds give you that kind of flexibility. NPS does. It's not a customized kind of a product. I think Prateek made that suggestion, right?
That is exactly what we want to do. So we want to offer a product
It will be difficult. PMS can do it, NPS can do it, but I know
What I think is that we already have hybrid funds in the markets, so which are giving you an option to invest, which are giving you something like 60-40. So there are aggressive hybrid funds, there are conservative hybrid funds, and there are normal hybrid. So something like that also includes gold, because gold is something that is seen as an inflation hedge, can also be proposed. So that's something that I was talking about. Also, coming to the question of why would banks would like to target these kind of small customers? The point here is that rural India is a developing country. We are growing. And what I think about women is that women are the educators of the family. They are the ones you basically grew up seeing your mom. So if you see your mother investing in FDs or in gold, then some of that, it strikes you. Ki, theek hai, a few FDs or gold are safe investments. But if you are spending this time, you to nurture this instinct in women, ki go for mutual funds, invest in mutual funds. Yes, immediately benefits might not materialize, but in the long term, what are you bringing about? You are bringing about social change. You are bringing about something in the rural mindset that says ki theek hai, let me also invest in the equity markets via mutual funds. So you are making the rural family more comfortable about it. That's what I think.
Yeah. Point
Also,
taken. No, I was saying reducing the expense ratio to get the women investor, that may be counterproductive, because mutual funds will not be able to sustain their business with lower expense ratios. That was my point. Yeah, not about women investing in mutual funds.
Another thing we can do is that if they are worried about expense ratio, we can pitch index funds, which already have low expense ratios. So those can be pitched also in
Yeah.
in
That's
case.
That's that. No. I like the way you guys have thought through everything. Lot of in-depth solutions and all that. It was overall very good. Just few things here there. I was just wondering whether it's feasible or not. But well done overall. Yeah. Congrats.
Thank you,
Yeah,
guys.
thank you, team. Thanks
Yeah.
for your participation. Okay. Right.
Thank you,
All the
everyone.
best. You may log off now.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, team. I now invite last and final team, Team A, to present the case solution.
Yeah, hello. Sharad, could you next slide? So these are some stats related to India. Number one, out of 139 crore people, there are some 80 crore people who have bank accounts. And of that, of the population, 43.5 crore people have PAN card. But only 4 crore people invest in mutual funds. That is something we need to look into. Next slide. So after the lockdown, many millennial women, they started supporting their spouses, and also many working women started investing for themselves also. And this led to increase in expenditure in mutual funds, and many women started buying mutual funds. So that led to slight increase in mutual fund consumption. Next slide. But the problem is under penetration. Only around 4 crore people, as I stated earlier, out of 43.5 crore PAN holders invest in mutual funds. And India's asset under management to GDP ratio is only 18% as compared to 120% of USA. And of these 4 crore, the number of women investors is further less. So what happened in pandemic? During recent times in pandemic, number of women investors has increased multifold. The challenge now is to tap into this increased number of women investors and increase penetration of women related to mutual funds. So next slide. Bhanu, could you do?
Yeah. So coming to the potential shift, we are discussing about women investors towards mutual funds in the next decade. So as we've already seen from the case given, so the current women investor base is around 5.5 million, and there are around 14 million folios, and also the assets under management is around 4.5 trillion, and the gross inflows in 2021 alone stood at around 1.82 trillion. Yeah, we can go to the next slide. And like we had seen a tremendous growth in the last 5 years from 2017 to 2022. This was fueled by two major reasons. One, obviously, is the advent of digital technology. So Geo coming in and then providing access to this, and also the fintech companies coming to the rise. And also it was fueled by the second big reason was COVID. People didn't really have much to do. So they went about discovering different financial products. Yeah. And so now we're coming to the part that how women are actually better investors than men. So the first and foremost point I would like to discuss is about the overconfidence, which leads men to trade in excess while women actually generally hold back. So there was a study done by University of California, Berkeley, that found men traded actually 45% more than women did. And this is generally because men actually feel much more confident, or they're actually overconfident than women. And coming to the second point, women actually invest with a purpose. So a 2019 study, a survey, we found that around 49% of women rated a company's social mission as extremely more important compared to just 29% of men. And then this third pointer is about the discipline. Women showed more discipline while investing. So Wells Fargo found out that women tended to have a disciplined approach towards investing for better risk-adjusted returns. And the last one is about taking the right kind of risk. So again, this from the same Wells Fargo study, we found that women are actually more risk averse than men, and then this need not necessarily translate to low returns. The study actually found that women achieved more or less similar returns, but taking significantly less risk compared to men. Next slide. Yeah, so this is the forecast we are expecting, or this is the growth rate which we are expecting from the women's investor base. So the strategy which we thought of were three different strategies. One is obviously the collaborations with edtech and fintech. Then the second one was soap opera advertising, and which we'll be discussing in the further slides, and also the agent incentivizing. So as we can see, our current investor base stood at around 5.5 million, 55 lakh, and the assets under management around 44 lakh 50,000 crores. So we are assuming a growth rate of around 10% in the wage. Basically, the current investor base, we are assuming around 10% increase in their incomes. So based on that, that income would be technically diverted to the investments into the mutual funds and different assets. So based on that, we are projecting the growth to be around 5,90,000 crores in November of 2027. And the other growth rates which we're talking about, so through collaborations from edtech and fintech, we are expecting every new customer who joins in, every new women customer who joins in, they're going to contribute to around 15% of the kind of investments the existing user base is putting in. And then talking about the penetration, we can see that from 0.83% in November 2022, we are forecasting a almost around 0.13% increase in the investor base or the penetration into the women investing. Yeah, you can go to the next slide.
So, yeah, so this is regarding the reach out trend targeting women. Number one, emotional connect. So in small towns and even in cities, women are more concerned about their family. So what happens? They take insurance policies and other things. They save money. They invest in gold, all for the purpose of using that money after 15, 20 years or even 10 years. So capturing the essence and future financial planning is one of the most important aspects that we would be suggesting to do. Second is trust marketing. So no, when we talk about stock markets or when we talk about mutual funds to any female, specifically who is not very educated or who is not into stock markets, there is a talk about risk. There is talk about trust. So building trust, especially about mutual funds, is very important. Number three, gold. So there is an emotional connect with gold, especially in Indian families. So we thought about suggesting promotion of gold ETFs. Number four, role models. We have seen many role models who are now investing in, who are now educating women, educating people about financial literacy. One of them is CA Rachana Ranade, who is very famous. So these factors we would be suggesting to use for so that our penetration increases. Number five, personalized interactions. One of the most important aspects. When we talk to many women in our families, in our relatives, and other things, we found that they were not educated and they were not aware about many positives of mutual funds, which they should have. Next slide. So as I earlier said, number one is creating awareness. So no, there are many educated women, but there are many women who coming from small towns are view TV serials a lot. So we thought of advertising. We thought of suggesting advertisement on TV serials and also advertisement related to OTTs and other things, and collaborating with fintech and edtech channels. So this will lead to awareness related to mutual funds. Second, catering to needs. Here also creating trust. As I highlighted, creating trust is one of the most important aspects, because when we talk about stock markets, women kind of get wary whether they should invest or not, and other things. Number three, initial onboarding. So simulation is something which we suggest for initial onboarders. What happens is if you are not actually investing your money, and if you get a trial for investing, you might get interested and you might get hang of what is there, and that might help you in future. and number for increased adoption. So, the for increasing folio size, we suggest incentivizing that and also referral programs. So that would increase penetration in our area. Next slide. So these are various campaigns that we suggest, like women-centric ads. There is an ad going on with Sachin Tendulkar, but we should promote more women-centric ads. That would add value. Different social media campaigns, uh, customized ads in regional languages. Like there might be some women who are not very good in Hindi, or who are not very good in English, but they might be good in Telugu, Tamil, and other languages. So launching ads in vernacular languages is also important. Next slide. Yeah. Wait. Also, one of the most important aspect is college campus connect that we thought of. Like when I was in engineering, I was not very aware about financial literacy. So no, when we try to educate women, especially women in colleges, so a kind of interest develops, and that might add us in future. That might help us in future, and also the Indian economy on the whole. Next. Yeah, this is one of the tagline that we thought, finance pe charcha. So that might be the case in corporates. People sit and talk in the evening or after during lunch period or something, and there might be a session, especially in a week, when employees sit and talk regarding different financial news and other things that will lead to increase in financial awareness. Second, induction program. So what happens when I can, based on my interaction with many employees of the companies, of different companies in my relatives and others, what happens is when they are inducted, not many are aware about aspects of finance and other things. So they are generally know what they work and other things. So during induction only, there can be collaboration with the company so that a small financial course can be done with, and also vernacular ads, as mentioned earlier, that can help in taking the mutual fund to women. Next. Yeah.
So the three main concerns that are usually faced by women, that are one is the societal issue, that is mainly related to it's so basically male is usually seen as the investing person. So it's a male dominated society. So investments are already are usually handled by the male person in the house, and women's income are usually mostly consumed by the household expenses. Also, their investments are also their income is quite less, but as seen in the reports, several reports, we can see that the proportion of savings that are available with the women are much higher as compared to the male. So yeah, this is one of the issues, and questions by the other things are questions that are asked by the housewives regarding the investments are usually discouraged. And also they are a bit hesitant to invest even after having knowledge due to the risks that are involved and the kind of criticism that they have to face if they fail and if the money gets lost. So the second thing is the stereotypes that exist in the market. Uh, the one thing is the stereotypes are majorly created by advertisement. The male financial advisors, they greatly outnumber females. So that's again one of the stereotype issues that are faced. And third is the common mindset is amongst every individual is the gold investment that are considered that women usually invest in gold. So that is the other thing. And the uh, the other then one more thing is women usually carry cash. So that's not true nowadays. Although they are every woman is having a bank account and they are financially inclusive. They're included in the society. So these are the three major concerns. And so when we conducted a survey within our group, within our college, and we sent out a Google form to all our friends and family members and women friends and women family members. members. And some of the critical things that we found out, like these are the keywords that we found out, like they are not comfortable with these things. So one is the lack of knowledge about the mutual fund market, and they are concerned about the returns that they get, and also the risk that is involved, and the various which mutual funds to invest. These are some of the issues that we got from the people by the candidates. So also the other thing is that in one of the reports we found out that there are 49% of the women think that they do not have much idea about investing. So this can be solved by creating an education material, so by planning an education campaign. And 32% think that they don't have enough money to invest. So this can be addressed by by educating them about the SIPs and other small investment options that are available. And 13% they think that they are afraid of losing the money, and 6% people they feel that they should let others on to invest on their behalf. Also in this in another report we found out that 82% of the women they discuss about investing with within their social circle and family, and one in every two women started investing in with a nudge from their social circle or from a family member. And some other are the data. 51% of the people they want to their priority is to planning personal goals. 43% supporting they want to support their family out of their savings. 25% they want to travel and stuff. And 18% of them they consume finance content online, and they start investing because of the apps that such as Grow, and there are many other fintech companies that are encouraging people to invest. So coming to the education, so some of the key concerns that we need to address while planning an education strategy is the working we need to basically educate how the mutual fund industry works and how is it different from the traditional investment options. And some of the key terminologies that are used by the asset management companies, and that can help them in taking the decisions and which funds and how to invest. These terminologies must be explained clearly. And the other one is making them aware about the risks involved and strategies to reduce the risk, and educating about the financial safety. So the role of the SEBI that are played and how safe is their investment. That must be clearly told to them. And other things is addressing concerns about the liquidity of the money invested. So basically, people they want to they want to have a high liquidity of the money that are invested. So that cannot be achieved in fixed deposits, but yes, it can be achieved in mutual funds with exit load of 1% or something. So these are some of the channels that we can use. The microfinance institutions, we can take help of the microfinance institutions, example NGOs and individuals who assist in investing to promote the mutual funds, and integrated communication channels such as we can leverage as mentioned in earlier. We can take help of TV shows, OTT platforms, print and print media, and we can integrate this about mutual fund within school curriculum as well, a basic thing, so that there is no when they become adults, they will be ready to invest in the mutual funds. And the other things is tying up with the EdTech and asset management firms, which many of the asset management firms are doing now. So they are having a separate education platform wherein they are delivering the content. And we can also have the EdTech platform creating videos and stuff. But that can be, that we can make it free to everyone, free for everyone to it. And we can also leverage the trust that has been developed by the banks and women investors, since there's a high penetration of opening the bank account for everyone use now. So we can have a mutual fund, and we can set up an information desk, and these desks can help people in in delivering the needs that are mutual fund needs that are required, and banks can be incentivized for the amount of the investment that we should have for this.
Yeah, so this is the way we are approaching the how do we penetrate into the traditional investment to from so we are trying to push traditional investments into mutual funds. So one of the first things is obviously promoting gold ETFs instead of physical gold by emphasizing on the following aspects: that is liquidity of the asset, storage hassles, and also the risk of purity of storing it, risk of purity of gold. And also the second one is by promoting liquid funds through demonstrating the ease of exit the investors can have. And also it talking about the diversification and the access of wide variety of investments within the mutual fund you have. So you're basically talking about the debt involved in mutual funds. And also investors also get a professional investment management services through mutual funds. And yeah, you go to the next slide. So now talking about the challenges in capturing the rural sector, there are two big challenges. First one is obviously investor awareness, so which we've already discussed about, and also the second one is the distribution channels. So distributors present a formidable challenge. So the fund houses are of the opinion that because of the various regulations put on them, they really don't have a very efficient distribution network. Yeah, you can go to the next slide. So the insurance agents, so another typical example is the insurance agent problem. So the insurance agents usually earn up to 35% in commission, but whereas the same thing in say a mutual fund sales agent, he earns just a mediocre 0.2 to 0.8%. And yeah, and also one of the important measures of the mutual how good a mutual fund AMC is performing is the AUM to GDP ratio. And so we have seen a particular region, the AUM to GDP ratio is very high, and in certain regions of India, the AUM to GDP ratio is really low. And so the correlation quotient between literacy to the asset under management to GDP levels ratio is around 0.21, which means basically as the literacy goes up, the AUM to GDP ratio goes up. Yeah, please go to the next slide. Yeah.
So we calculated AUM contributed by top 5 cities of last 4 years up to 2021. And what we found out that total contribution of top 5 cities in the total AUM has been reducing right from 2018 to 2021. So that means the contribution of other small cities or tier 2 cities is increasing. So that, as explained earlier, we should focus more on tier 2, because we should also start focusing on tier 2 and tier 3 cities, because financial literacy is increasing, and as explained earlier, that could increase if different steps can be taken. So that's it. Yeah, thank you, sir. We are done.
Yeah, thanks, Aditya, Banu, and Sharath. It's a good presentation, but a bit
We are
longer.
sorry, sir. We are sorry for
perfect.
that late.
Fine, it happens, and some technology issues too. I was there. It's
Really
fine.
sorry, sir. We feel
Yeah,
embarrassed.
that's perfectly fine. It's a little longer, it could have been a little more precise and concise. That would have been nice. And a couple of questions to quickly start. I think when in the initial slides, when you are talking about Aditya, you mentioned two statements. One statement you spoke about mutual fund expenses have gone up, and second statement is something about consumption. You said I didn't get exactly what you mean there.
Sir, what I meant was that more women have started buying mutual funds. That was what I meant. Maybe might have been miscommunication with regards to words. That was what I meant. Yeah.
It's then I was a little confused there, but
No.
and then when it comes to the reach out plan, there is one slide which you all used. I'm today a little surprised to see the same slide from other group. And from where you got
Yeah,
this slide?
exactly. Yeah, even I noticed
Exactly.
that.
I also noticed
Reach
that.
out plan for targeting women.
The greener one, the tree one,
Survey
the role
report.
models, role model and the stuff.
Yeah, the cultural and this issue role model. Then
Yes, sir. We were searching online and we found this template, so we used and we modified it for this work content.
Okay.
That's fine. I think these are the two questions, and a couple of other stuff. When you have defined problem statement in the beginning, don't go on defining the problem statement further, and you miss out the solutions, you expand the problems. And that's what I could feel, when you are talking at the later part, and that could have been prepared well. And all the good luck. Thanks for making this presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Raza. So I don't have a very different comments. I think Raza has covered most of them, and I had a similar feeling that you could have kept some of the initial data points which we already know a little shorter and gone, and problem definition and gone into it. I just wanted to understand. So when you say 4 crore in only 4 crore mutual fund invested out of 136 crores. Would that be the right way to look at it, or 4 crore of the investing population? See, India is a very young country.
Yeah.
So it is one of the youngest country today. So therefore, the people below the investing age, if you take 24 years as the time when they start earning, and this, if you remove the population of 24, you know, the ratio can start looking very different. So maybe that's something which
Our concern was that the number of PAN card holders compared to what the number of
PAN you can start holding at the age of 5 also.
Yeah.
PAN does not tell you that.
But generally, that might be the eligibility. But generally, people who start earning, they only generally have the PAN card.
No, these days people are starting it very early. Even for if you are investing in somebody's name, like even the minor's name, they are putting a PAN these days. So PAN is not exactly a you know.
I got a PAN for both my daughters when they were minors.
Yes, so that's everybody is doing that now because
It's
PAN
also an identity card on trains.
Correct. So that's happening. Okay, that was just a minor observation, but otherwise, you know, good analysis and depth analysis. Okay, thank you. Over to you, Lokesh.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add. I think Mr. Rao and Mr. Vishy have covered most of it. So. Good effort, guys, and some good ideas on the advertising and advertising in the vernacular media and all that. So, yeah, thanks and good luck to you.
All the best.
Thanks, team. Thank you for participating, and all the best to all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All the best,
Right.
team. Thank you.
You may log off now.
Thank you, team. We have another special AV from Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund.
Benefits of SIP, STP, SWP. Win with SIP. This is Sid. He recently started working and wishes to invest his money in the stock markets. But his salary isn't much and he has only a small sum of money left to invest every month. While he was contemplating on what he could do, his elder sister Reena came to his rescue. An avid investor herself, Reena introduced him to the magic trio of SIP, STP, SWP.
Don't worry, you don't really need a large amount to start investing. You can invest as little as 500 rupees weekly, monthly or quarterly using SIP, that is Systematic Investment Plan in mutual funds. And before you wonder how it could help, let me tell you, a SIP has many advantages. 1. It lets you start small. And when you invest every month, you average your purchasing cost. So, you needn't worry about timing the market. For example, let's assume you invest 500 rupees every month. Given the market volatility, the cost of purchasing a unit of a mutual fund will change every month. Say, in the first month, you may get 40 units for 500 rupees. In the second month, you may also get 25 units for the same amount and perhaps more in the next month, say 45 units. This difference in price averages out over time, giving you the best possible price per unit over time. 2. You not only make your money work, you also make time work in your favor by starting to invest sooner than later. 3. You also benefit from the power of compounding by reinvesting the profits earned from your investments in mutual funds. Let me explain. Suppose you invest 500 rupees per month for a year. In 12 months, you will have invested 6,000 rupees. Let's assume your money grows at 8% during the year. So, your investments will be worth 6,480 rupees at the end of year 1. Now, if you leave the entire amount invested in the fund and continue with your SIP, by the end of the second year, your investment would be 12,480 rupees. That is 6,480 rupees plus 6,000 rupees. But Given the 8% returns, you would have earned a profit of 998.4 rupees. And this amount will continue to compound as long as you stay invested.
This is quite enlightening. But sis, I have a doubt. When I get a bonus at the end of the year, how do I invest it? I don't want to take the risk of timing the market.
I'm glad you are catching on, Sid. You just need to be smart with your investments. You can park your bonus in a low-risk debt or liquid fund initially, and then set up a STP, that is a systematic transfer plan, which will transfer fixed amounts from this scheme to other debt and equity schemes regularly and give you all the advantages of a SIP. So you don't have to worry about timing the market. And while the SIPs happen, your money isn't lying idle in your bank. It is earning interest in debt or liquid fund. And just like a SIP, STP allows you to set the duration of your investment period. For example, if you get a 50,000 bonus, you can choose to invest 5,000 in a single scheme or 1,000 in 5 different schemes over the next 10 months. You can make this choice based on what goal you wish to achieve.
You have a solution for everything. I have one more question though. I can keep my investments going every month, but how can I withdraw, say after 10 years, without the hassle of timing the markets?
Well, Sid, this one is easy too. Let's assume you are investing for your retirement funds. Once you retire, you can turn your SIP into a SWP, that is a systematic withdrawal plan, and get a fixed income at regular intervals. So if you need 25,000 rupees per month to meet your expenses, you can set up the SWP to deposit 25,000 rupees into your bank account every month or 75,000 rupees every quarter. SWP gives you the flexibility to choose. A SWP not only aims to give you protection against market volatility, it keeps your money working for you. So, you see, when you SIP, STP or SWP, you aim to win on multiple levels, today as well as tomorrow.
An investor education and awareness initiative of Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
We will now have the comments for each team's presentation, followed by the announcement of winners for today's round.
Thanks, Vinay and the team in the business line. Indeed, it's again a power-packed day. I'm so glad to be part of the jury with Vishy sir and Loki madam, and it's a all day worth spending. It's each of them come with a very different perspective when you have to ask on a 5 tasks what they need to do, and when it comes to this is a topic which is not easy. At the same time, we can go many places to give a vague answers, but glad to see everyone came with a very focused approach, very good answers, and lot to take back home. Even for me, when I am designing some of this educational content and reaching out, whether it is something like a few things which I could feel from today's session is how we need to nudge women and nurture them, and then how to inspire and impart the education to them, and how that family financial conversations can take place to educate. I think a lot of learnings, and I really congratulate everyone who has come to the finals. They have done phenomenal job, and it's also given some insights how this potential shift the most powerful investor segment for the mutual fund industry as we go forward. Empowering the women and getting the women investors, and how the mutual funds can look, AMFI can look at as a marketing, strategy for especially this segment of investors, and then going back, what kind of strategy you can have and how you can have a urban-rural divide. It's a fantastic learning, and I wish some of those case studies which have come with a very optimistic note, and we look at 48% of the population when consists of a woman, and it is going to be a 50% our investor base. I am the first person to cheer, and thanks to each one of them, and wishing all the congratulations to all the winners. But those who have not lost, those who have lost, they have not lost. They have contributed great ideas to make this segment part of financial inclusion. Thank you so much for once again.
Thank you, Rauji. Loki, you'd like to go ahead?
So another very stimulating day, and I'm very glad to be here for the finals of the BLoC challenge. And thanks, Vinay and team, for putting it together and making it such a success. I was very impressed with all the teams that were participating, as we were discussing among the jury members also. All of you seem to have put in a lot of research and reading and all that, and the kind of insights you came up with, which was very interesting, the data that you were throwing up. And some stuff that you said, like women-centric advertising needs to be done. Maybe that's one way to make women take to it. And using women role models and women icons and women testimonials, maybe that can attract more women. So there's so many ideas that thrown up. Again, the Jandan accounts, how it can be used. So all of them put in a lot of thinking, and very fresh and out-of-box ideas came out. And was very glad to be here and getting all these insights from all these youngsters. So good luck to all of you. It was a very tough job for the jury members to select the winning team, because many of you were very good. It was a very thin line dividing the winners and those who didn't. But good luck to all of you and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Loki. Rishi, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Businessline. BLoC has almost become part of my curriculum every year, and I enjoy being part of this thoroughly. This year has been no different. It's been a wonderful contest, beginning from semifinals to the finals, both being writing cases plus also being part of the jury. It's an amazing experience. It's what I would like to point out here is that I really find the quality of the students coming out from B school, especially maybe they have some experience, but it's amazing to see young minds with such clarity. I have been learning quite a bit here, even though we've set the cases, but kind of solutions people have come up with. Each team has thought differently. They have put across, and they're brilliant at presentation. So overall, wonderful, contest, I would say, very keenly fought contest. And my message for all the finalists is that the fact that you were part of the final, you all are winners. It was a real, as Loki ma'am also said, and Rao Sahab also said, it was very tough job for us to, choose a winner. So whoever the winner is, congratulations to the winner, but I think equal congratulations to all the finalists, because you all did brilliantly well. And hoping to, see and meet you all somewhere. All the best to each of the teams.
I now invite Mr. A. Balasubramanian, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer from Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund, to share his thoughts on the finale and announce the winners of BLoC Boardroom Challenge 2022.
Namaskar to everyone. It's an exciting time. It's an interesting period. We at Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund, jointly with the Businessline, having this campus boardroom challenge across different institutions in the country, education institutions in the country. In fact, I'm happy to share with you, this year we had great participations, covering more than 1,000 students, covering more than 8 cities. And in fact, the enthusiastic participation that we got from all students, as always happens in every contest, it makes the job of jury tough. And selecting the winners from the highly enthusiastic students coming across all walks of life in the country, coming from some of the best institutions, and finally finding the winner is always tough. And we at Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund is extremely committed to work with the students community across the country, enhancing the knowledge of mutual fund, enhancing the knowledge of capital market, and therefore these youngsters can become the future leaders in the capital market by way of their own association, either with Aditya Birla Group or any other institutions in the country, and make their life future more brighter. And I can just say and conclude by saying that the Aditya Birla Mutual Fund is extremely committed to carry out this exercise, working closely with all of you. I must also thank both Mr. K.S. Rao, who is our head of investor education and distribution development in charge, as well as Businessline, the entire team, for having taken the efforts and pain in carrying out this exercise across the country and bring it to a logical closures as we do each year. Therefore, I am thankful to them. I'm also happy for each one of you. Let me just now, it's the time to announce the winners. And I'm sure each one of you are keenly waiting to know the winners. Let me first go in the order of the second runner-up, first runner-up, and the winner. Let me now have the pleasure of announcing the second runner-up, which is I am Trichy. I am Trichy, the second runner-up. Wish you all best of luck and a great year ahead for the entire team. Now the time has come to announce the first runner-up. And first runner-up, again, I'm happy to announce is XLRI Jamshedpur. Again, I wish them all the best and great future ahead for each one of you. Now is the climax time. I'm sure your heartbeats must be going up and down. Excitement will keep going up. And now let me announce the final winner. The winner for this contest, the Boardroom Challenge with Aditya Birla Mutual Fund and Businessline program, this year goes to SPAMR Mumbai. SP Jain Mumbai actually takes away the winner award of this year. And again, I wish each one of you the best of luck and also appreciate all the efforts and hard work that all of you have put, competing with all the bright students across the country and coming to the winner position. I'm extremely happy and wish you all best of luck. Thank you.
Now I request Mr. Raghuvi Srinivasan, editor of Businessline, to give the address.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for participating in the 6th edition of the BLoC Boardroom Challenge 2022. We had some sparkling presentations by all the teams drawn from the top B schools around the country. This has been a truly national case challenge for B schools, given the participation of schools from Jamshedpur to Mumbai, Sambalpur to Amritsar, and down south from Trichy to Bangalore. I'm sure your presentations would have given much fodder for thought to the mutual fund industry. This unique case challenge is in its 6th year now. Given the challenges that the pandemic has presented, we took the contest entirely online in 2020, and it has been conducted virtually for now the 3rd year. I'm glad to say that it has been immensely successful with tremendous participation. This year especially, we had a record number of 1,000 plus entries from B schools participating in the preliminary round, including Indian Institutes of Management, IIM studies, and other top B schools in the country. We have been able to broad-base talent successfully this year. The Boardroom Challenge is a part of the Hindu Group's larger focus on students and on education, as seen by some of its products, such as the Young World from the Hindu, Education Plus in the Hindu, and BLoC Campus in Businessline. BLoC Campus was launched 8 years ago, and it has proved to be a tremendous success across management schools in the country. Last year, we expanded the scope of BLoC Campus to cover engineering colleges and students looking to enter the accounting profession. We also took BLoC to print with a page in Businessline every fortnight, which has been well received by students across these disciplines. This year, we plan on integrating the BL on Campus microsite with a main website to reach a larger audience. I would once again like to underline Businessline's focus on the new generation and students. It is part of our wider strategy, and we are committed to the students across management schools, engineering schools, and even arts and science colleges. So stay tuned and visit our website, www.businessline.com. And you should read Businessline for comprehensive business news in a variety of sectors. Our redesigned website is rich in content, news, analysis, and a good source of information for students, especially for those focused on the stock market, banking, finance, and entrepreneurship. No contest of this nature, such as the BLoC Boardroom Challenge, can be successful without the help of sponsors. We have luckily had some excellent blue chip sponsors over the years. And this year, I'd like to thank our sponsor, Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund, who have been sponsoring the Boardroom Challenge for 4 years running now. Thank you for that, Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. I'd also like to thank our exchange partner, Bombay Stock Exchange, and knowledge partner, Brand Vectors. Thank you all for making the Boardroom Challenge an immense success. My best wishes to all of you in your careers, and may the best team emerge the winner from this Boardroom Challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Mr. Satish Menden, Head of Sales, Events, the Hindu Group, to give the vote of thanks.
Sixth edition of Businessline Boardroom Challenge has come to an end today. It's been an exciting journey over the last 2 months. We had a record over 1,000 teams participating in the preliminary round, with B schoolers all over the country taking the test. In the semi-final, top city-specific B school had to take the role of a strategy consulting team and advise the company manufacturing environment-friendly products on its growth strategy. After a tough finals today, I'd like to congratulate the winners and all the teams who participated in the case study challenge. For me, all teams which got selected for the case study contest are the winners because they had an opportunity to work on a case study and present their case study to the best of jury members. Such learning experience to a B students through BL Boardroom Challenge contest will always come handy when these students step into the corporate world post their studies. I would also like to thank our jury members for giving their time out on the BL Boardroom Challenge contest. Also like to thank BLoC editor Vinay Kamath for all his support. No contest of this scale, such as BL Boardroom Challenge, can be successful without the help of the sponsors. Here, I'd like to thank our presenting sponsor, Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund, who have been sponsoring the Boardroom Challenge for 4 years running now. Thank you for that. I'd also like to thank our exchange partner, Bombay Stock Exchange, and knowledge partner, Brand Vectors. Thank you all for making Boardroom Challenge an immense success. My best wishes to all the students in your career.
Thank you all for watching Businessline on Campus Boardroom Challenge 2022. See you all next year.